All right. Tom Tucson,
Here.
David Hume,
Here.
Greg Filak. On
Here and,
Zoom,
here and slow to find my audio button, sorry.
Jack McLaughlin.
Here.
All right, stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay.
Okay. Approval of meeting agenda.
Move to adopt the agenda. I would
Can we move
So I think there was a request to move the
7C?
7C to the front after public comment. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
As amended, I move.
One more, can we move the discussion item for master planning right next to the Dick site presentation? It's nine C. I split up.
Yeah, that should be master plan with Crow. That'll be part of Dick site.
Well, that is 9C.
Yeah, that needs.
What
to
are
go
you, where are you
right after
wanting it?
their
As
Update.
part of A.
Part of 7A.
7A,
But
okay.
just the master planning part, leaving Osceola County and Dick site. No, that's fine. That's the whole thing. Sorry.
Up to 7A, okay. All right,
So you said,
I amended it, I need a second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, public comment period.
I don't think there are any public comment and there's
Fine.
nobody's online.
Nobody's online, all right.
Nope.
So let's move to,
There's no one here with Croa.
no, we're sure.
Okay,
Minutes, previous meeting,
consent agenda.
the whole consent agenda. All
Ready
right,
to approve the agenda
a second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye. now.
Now,
All right, so. We went out for bid for ponds, sent out the scope, sent it to 11 companies. 5 responded. Also, one emailed this morning, with Upland Construction at about 6:30 this morning. 6:48. Ron Zimba, I'm not sure, Upland Lawn Care, wanted the scope. So I sent it to him and told him he needs to have his proposal back to me because we have a meeting tonight and please show up. I did not receive his proposal and nor is he here. So I'm assuming he
Okay.
decided not to. So what you should have is what was sent out to you, which is Solitude. Kevin Wilt is here for Solitude. Cross Creek, I think. TJ is here for Cross Creek. Premier Lakes. Estate. Okay, and Aquatic. Chad and Cinco. Aquatic Weed Management. Okay, so there's no representative here unless this is him walking in, but you do have his proposal and information in there. If you look at all of them, they all provided, basically it was apples to apples. Everybody was sent the same scope. I did resend something out because initially what was in there was missing no copper. You can't use copper-based chemicals in Celebration. So I made sure everybody got that. There were some questions that were asked at the last one. I resent those with the answers, maps and all of that. And then Estate, or was it Premier?
I have a quick question also. Did you submit? Yeah. Travis, Mid-Florida Aquatics,
Mid-Florida Aquatics? Who did you send it to?
District Satellite, Simmons, and you.
What's your name?
Travis Simmons.
Travis? Yeah, because I didn't get
Yeah, I don't remember
anything.
seeing anyone. Oh, she sent an email back saying thank you.
Okay, Travis.
It'll be T Sims 45.
Oh, T Sims, okay.
glad you're here.
Yes.
Where are you from? What firm is this?
Mid-Florida Aquatics.
Yeah, you know, you were definitely on the list that I sent it to, Mid-Florida. So while I'm finding this, if the board wants to go ahead and move forward with asking any questions, I know Dave, you had a question in particular for one vendor. Do you want to start alphabetically and go that way? You have it?
Yeah.
Yes, please forward it. Everybody's online?
Yeah.
Okay, and Greg, you got something coming as well. Mid-Florida Aquatics is coming from Carrie.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep. All right, so if you want to start alphabetically, and we can ask each vendor to step up to the microphone and answer any questions the board may have.
Aquatic weed control, but they have no rep.
Nope.
Is there anything in that RFP you want to talk about?
They provided two options, option one and option two. Option,
That's a state management reduction.
oh, the state, I'm sorry, never mind. I don't have anything for aquatic weed anyway.
Next is Cross Creek.
Yep.
Cross Creek is the current vendor.
Hello, CJ Green, Cross Creek Environmental. If there's any questions, I'd like to answer them for you.
Did you have any questions?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm fine. So, well, as you know, because you're the current vendor, this environment is challenging. We have a lot of residents, a lot of overflow in terms of vegetation and chemicals and everything else that gets around. I'm just curious, how do you think things would improve in the future as opposed to how it was net before? Because it's been a challenging summer.
It has been a very challenging summer. It's only been, I believe, about 6 months that we have taken it over. And it does take a while to learn a system like this. It is a large system. We do quite a few large systems in the state, so it does take a while, and we are getting it under control. We were getting a lot of the submerged stuff under control. I know you were seeing some algae recently. Algae and duckweed have been a recent problem. And a lot of it is the nutrients in the water. The nutrients are extremely high in the water. That's one of the biggest problems that we've been fighting is the constant nutrients, the submerged vegetation. Once we kill off the submerged, that releases more nutrients, creates algae. So it's been a constant battle. Like I said, it's only been 6 months. One of my main accounts of the villages, it took us about a year to get that turned back around. It's a lot of work to get when you have this many ponds connected and this many nutrients going into a waterway. We'll say the greener the lawns, the greener the ponds, the better the neighborhood looks, the harder they are to control. So yeah, it has been a little bit of a bumpy road, but they're definitely improving from the way they were. We just continue to keep up with what we're doing and they'll continue to improve over time.
That's all I have right now. I'm curious to hear other questions.
No, we had a problem though communicating with you in the last couple of months because
That's why I'm
we were trying to get
coming.
hold of you and you never responded.
Well, that's
No,
why I'm coming.
this is somebody totally new.
Correct, yeah. I've been
He
with
has
Cross
never
Creek for
been here.
over a year now. One's taken over certain accounts, so this is one that I will be helping with,
As a,
because it is a larger, more difficult account. So yeah, Matt, you know, when I supervise, so is Derek, they've been working on it, but they're bringing me in now just to try to help some of the bigger issues we're having with ongoing algae, some of the ongoing duckweed problems. So yeah, there will be a lot more communication with me being brought in at this time.
I think there was a question too. Have y'all done any testing on the water? Because we haven't seen any testing
We haven't done
reports.
any, it's at discretion of the board, there's 10 areas, so we we
So-
always recommend the ponds you have the issues with is the one we would want to.
That's part of the question is testing is supposed to be part of it at whatever discretion,
And
but
ponds,
nobody, as many problems as that we've come across, and we've had meetings with Derek, we've had meetings with Matt, not at any single time did either of them go, hey, let's do some testing on pond A, B, C, D, E, nothing.
Fully, and that's not why.
I mean, the board's not gonna recommend what you should go do testing on because that's not their wheelhouse.
We know.
No, I
Right.
understand what you're saying, that's why they're
So-
bringing me in now, like I said, it's and it's a very, obviously, very nice neighborhood. People expect the ponds to look perfect at all times. Unfortunately, it's very difficult in Florida. You're always gonna have issues. There's really not too many proactive treatments you can do. There are, but they're generally dealing with, the phosphate reduction, nitrate reduction, things like that. So, you know, we kind of have to deal with the reactive system. You know, we see algae, we have to treat it. There's nothing like a pool you can put in chlorine to prevent algae. We can't put anything in these ponds to prevent algae. Now we can't use copper, so we're stuck with, you know, a couple different things, green clean hydrocolors. Very limited scope of what we can actually use for the algae out here.
When did they bring you in? Because no one's communicated that.
Currently, that's when I just started coming in, looking at all the ponds, so this is
So now,
now, yeah, this
Okay.
would be from going forward.
okay,
That would be-
all right.
Greg, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. And I'm trying not to look backward on this. I mean, it's kind of inherent in my questions, but when you say it's going to take a year to get us squared away because there are high nutrients in the water, I'm going to ask a couple questions. Number one, I mean, we brought you guys on in the spring. It's been 10 months, 9 months now. You're saying it's an additional year on top of that before you can really get a handle because of the high nutrient levels. Tell me what that means when you say there are high nutrient levels. What
No, I use that as
what
an
are you going to be
example.
doing that you aren't doing already or isn't already taking effect now?
I just use that as an example of another large community, that has the same issue with high nutrient levels. It takes time. Especially when you have submerged aquatics, because when we kill off everything that's submerged under the water, it releases nutrients, creates the algae blooms, creates the duckweed, creates the shoreline grasses. You're basically putting the nutrients back in the water. So it's got a constant cycle that we will go through. And yeah, it has been 6 months, and there's definite improvement from when we took it over to now. It's a definite improvement. It's not 100%. It's not looking perfect, but that's no reason they brought me in to help get it back looking perfect again. With the water testing, that is a big thing. I'm a big proponent of doing water testing, figuring out where the nutrients are at, what's creating the nutrients, is it a residence, is it something else that's putting it into the system, so.
But are you specifically attacking and removing the nutrients and doing treatments there to take those out, or are you treating the symptoms and saying, hey, we're just going to keep killing what the nutrients are feeding?
It's a combination of treating the algae itself, because you have to. If you just treat the pond with nutrient mitigation, it could take months up to years. I mean, you don't know how long it's gonna take for the products to remove the nutrients. So it kind of has to be a combo program of attacking what is currently in there and using products within your mix to absorb nutrients as you're working on it. Because there, like I said, there's products to do that. You just can't use just nutrient mitigation, because your ponds are gonna look really bad after a couple of months of not treating it with traditional methods.
Okay, I guess I'm struggling to hear what's different if we were to renew with you guys now that we haven't been getting done over the past 9 months, or are you saying, and it's okay to say this, were our expectations simply unrealistic for how much you guys were going to be able to tackle in the first 9 months?
I wouldn't say they're unrealistic. Honestly, when you take on a new account, you don't really know how bad it is until you start treating them. It's definitely gonna improve. Like I said, it's not where we would want it to be. Excuse me, but it's definitely improving, and it will take a couple more months to get it back looking to where it should be. But it's not gonna be a year, but it will take a few more months to get everything back in shape to where we want to be, correct? And I believe it's been 6 months.
No, it's been
9?
longer than
Has it been
that.
9
Yeah.
months?
I thought it was May, right?
Yeah, we agreed to it in April and the contract signed in May.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right, so I'm gonna, Greg, do you have any other questions? I don't want to interrupt you.
I mean, I'm still struggling to understand what's going to be done different. It sounds like it's just, I hate to say it this way, more of the same. That, I mean, they all the bidders the last time around were offered the opportunity to go do site surveys and water testing and let me look and let me see and all that. I'm as I said in my comments at the last board meeting, I've got to look at us as a board and management and saying, hey, what do we need to be doing differently here, because we're not getting success with multiple vendors. But I'm also struggling that, hey, we've opened up, these are public ponds, you can go check them out at any time before you do a bid. I'm struggling with hey, we're just gonna, keep poking and praying that hopefully eventually at some point, maybe some of this stuff will treat it. That's kind of what I'm hearing.
Can we get specific?
Yeah.
What exactly scope is gonna change between what you're doing now, what you're doing with this? And why is the price different?
The price, it should,
No, the price is the same.
Yeah,
They left, they
yeah,
left
yeah,
their
we-
pricing the same.
But, well, then my math is off, because somebody gave me a monthly price that doesn't match up with the. All right, well then we'll let that.
Yeah, and
Yeah, theirs is exactly the same.
It is?
They didn't change anything. They actually didn't change anything. All they did was resubmit what they submitted the
yeah.
first time. That's all.
And it is a progress thing, and I'm not saying I'm gonna be the reason it gets better, but having somebody else with a different perspective on it. I have a environmental background, I'm an ecologist, I've been doing it for 20 years, so I've been doing aquatics for a long time, and I can look at things a different way, and give a different perspective on it, so.
Well, it wasn't only the treatment, and it was the responsiveness, the not having a
communication,
contact, a communication. I mean, it was kind of a litany of things, kind of all bunched in together.
Like I said, they aren't a supervisor, but I do, I work directly for the owner, so. I would be an additional line of communication, for the neighborhood.
Yeah, and not to put you on the spot, and we explained that, you have a contractual obligation to show up at the board meeting. We
Ev-
might have been last month.
Yeah.
We didn't show up.
I'm very
It's
sorry.
actually in the contract.
Well, that's why, that's actually triggered the RP.
Yeah.
That was known, and the owner doesn't know about that, it did not go over well.
Because he didn't show up.
I can't apologize for him, I'm sorry about that, but it's not, he's much of a service, so.
Any other questions for Cross Creek before we move on? Dave? No?
Good, thanks.
Greg, do you have anything else?
No, I'm good for Cross Creek. I'm sorry, did we excuse the other vendors from the room as we were going through the interviews here, or are we just doing it with everybody?
No, everybody's in the room.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate y'all's time, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
We have next.
State.
What's the next alphabetical, Carrie?
The state.
The state?
Jack knows the ABC, so.
What's kindergarten?
Did you graduate then?
And one of them with state management services.
Hi.
Happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Yeah, I've got a question for you. I didn't understand you had an option one, which was $18,240. Then an annual option two for 106,800. What is option one?
One is service, so option two is service only with chemicals a la carte.
Yep.
So when we bid this originally, I think we had a conversation, you asked us why we were so much more expensive, we explained that the price that was bid and awarded at is not sufficient to manage the property.
I do recall that.
Sounds like we were probably right, but in the way that we did this, we wanted to give you an all-in cost to manage it properly, and then if that felt expensive to you, we want to just give you a cost to provide the service, and we can tweak or decide on this based on budget.
So basically, the lower option, the 106 annually, is basically the scope of what we've laid out. What he's saying is to really manage this system, the ponds and everything, is option one in their opinion, and that's going to be the 18,000 a month.
That's the all-in cost to get this under control. So, the questions about being able to manage it, we included some data from another property that we manage. It's a little small, it's about 60 acres, so they don't have a lot of copper. I mean, we got it under control in a few months to manage nutrient levels. Got a team of snap biologists who are really well versed in this. I mean, it's not anything new for us, so.
All right, so apples to apples scope that we went out to RFP.
Yep.
Is that column that you have
8,000,
at $8,900.
yes,
A month.
that is correct.
Okay, and to his point, he says that scope is insufficient.
Correct.
Starting to believe him.
And they said it the last time they were here as well, if you remember. That's why they were, I want to say 20, 30.
The bid that was awarded was less than the cost of the chemical to manage the property the way that we saw as necessary. So there was no way that was ever going to manage the property.
Okay, so where is the hole or the gap in our scope then? It's a chemical treatment?
Well, we don't dictate the chemicals in there.
I think it's tough for you all because you're not versed in aquatics, you don't do this every day. And you share responsibility to members to choose a bid that you seem is reasonable and cost effective, but. There's a certain amount of work and oversight that goes into managing these properties. It's difficult to evaluate, subjectively understand, but. I wouldn't say it's a gap in your scope. I would say it's a misjudgment and evaluation of the proposals in that you look at the credentials, the size of the company, the scope, the range of capabilities. I mean, it's a big property. Would be, a larger, medium size of the properties we manage, but if we're talking references, I mean, I could provide references for.
The answer to your question, Dave, is the scope. There's nothing wrong with the scope. It's people that come in to bid it, whether and there's a bunch of things that go into that, right? They could be looking at the budget. They don't want to go over the budget because they assume that you're going to award within that budget. They could think that this is what it takes to do this property, and his view is different. But the scope, we don't delineate how much chemical or anything. We lay it out. You go out and you look at ponds and you bid it accordingly.
But Angel, I'm challenged with that because as I've understood the ponds, there's a lot of limitations as to what any vendor can do. You can only do so many treatments, so many applications, so many whatever.
Yep.
The copper piece, is that self-imposed or is that something because of RCID and SIFTOD?
It's Reedy Creek.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a constraint that we're working on that nobody can control. That it is what it is.
However, Greg, I will tell you, this scope has been the scope for ever.
Well, and that's my challenge with
Yeah.
the question is due respect to the answer. I'm not hearing anything different other than we're maybe a bigger company. We've maybe got some better past performance references, but if there's limitations just by law on the number of treatments and type of treatments that can happen, no copper in certain numbers, what's the difference in what's being proposed other than it's just a different company executing the exact same thing?
I can't speak to what was done in the past. I don't know what your current vendor's doing, what they're not doing. I only know what we've
It's the
done.
same scope. We haven't changed the scope.
I'm not talking about the scope. I'm talking about what your current vendor is actually doing versus what we propose to do. I don't know
Yeah.
what they've done, so I can't say.
Apply herbicides, what they're.
Yeah, but we don't know what they're applying,
Correct. Yep.
where they're showing up, how they're applying it, and there's a lot that goes into the application of certain herbicides in terms of. Certain herbicides are effective at certain pH levels, like there's a lot more that goes into this in terms of water quality testing and things that we do. That we've included in our proposal because it's necessary to manage a property like this effectively. So to your question, I can't draw a comparison when I don't know what one side has done. All I can do is say, we've managed properties like this with similar constraints successfully.
And that's what you based your bid on. It's for
Exactly.
you all to stand by. That's what they're proposing.
That's correct.
So let me ask about so using the words manage it successfully, what to the last bidder that was up saying, hey, we didn't know, we came in and it took us 9 months and it's going to take us another year. And that may be a realistic answer. I don't know. Have you surveyed the ponds to be able to say, hey, it's going to take us a year before we get to a point where you're not going to have these massive algae blooms? Or I'm trying to figure out, is this a poke and pray or what's your confidence in how long it's going to take you to get these things under control?
Certainly, it's gonna take time to get under control. How much time? I don't know. I mean, we've driven through and we've looked at the ponds. I mean, they're not in great shape. So there's obviously gonna be a period of cleanup. Whether that period is 3 months, 6 months, we could learn a lot more if we came in and did some testing. But we haven't, tested
Right.
nutrient levels in your water or your ponds. right?
Just all based off of visual.
I mean, what we can do is track progress in terms of metrics that we measure that would indicate algae in this vegetation, and we can report that to you. Excuse me, on frequency of your choosing or your preference to show if we are making progress in terms of nutrient reduction or other areas that we measure, but, in terms of visual improvement that homeowners and residents would appreciate, I mean, it's impossible to put the timeline.
So
Based on your visual inspection, is there anything that makes you think we've had other vendors come in the past and say, hey, you need to do, Carrie helped me out. It was basically like a nutrient abatement. There was some sort of treatments to get all the sludge and stuff from 25 years out from the ponds.
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to figure out because that's not included in here from what I'm seeing. So I'm trying to figure out, is that
Yeah,
6 months?
actually,
You're gonna determine, hey, we need that?
So Yeah, so we included some testing, we included nutrient reduction programming in the proposal,
In option one, right?
and we included bathymetric surveys in there as well. Which would be, would, give us information in terms of organic sediment accumulation in your ponds.
The one I'm looking at says that's an additional cost, not from one.
Yeah, it's included in there, I mean, because it's,
Okay, so yeah, it's not part of the 8,000 monthly cost.
no, it's a
Okay.
separate charge.
So then if you were to characterize the two options, one is an all-in. And the other is a à la carte.
Chemical treatment going out 6 times a month.
Yeah, it includes the service aspect, and then the treatments as listed at those prices are à la carte. So you would just be billed for what we use.
I got a question, the subsequent years, is there any increase in the pricing?
In terms of just overall, like your herbicide and
The contract, it could be
Every
held
year.
at the same price as current year?
I would have to check in how the proposal is structured. We typically have increases built into the proposals.
Okay, and Pete,
Carrie, do you have theirs in front of you?
Yeah, I can go back
I
and.
don't remember seeing it. And then I was trying to compare apples to apples with the aerator maintenance, and you listed it $135 per system up to 4 heads slash repairs. How does that equate? How many systems do we have, Russ?
14?
Probably something like that.
It's like 14. I sent out a map.
So is that $135 per system per year? Or per month, or what?
Yeah, however it's listed or per.
Okay, I didn't. Let's see.
I
that.
don't know. So I mean, if you send us a breakdown of the systems you have, and they may already have it, people put the bid together in our office, so we can give you an actual price for what that would be.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, everything was sent when they bid on this, whoever bid on it. But in your, in the proposal, it was like $130 something an hour
Per system.
with
Plus
4
$108.60
heads.
per hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But it didn't say if it was monthly, annually, quarterly, because most mountain, the maintenance came in at like quarterly or
That's certainly,
biannually.
that's certainly how we structure it.
Okay.
Cost back, as you assume. For fun.
Is that it for a state? Okay,
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
thank you.
Sure.
Good evening, everybody. Alex Burke, Premier Lakes. I wanna, if it's all right, I wanna start, we forgot that.
Yeah, he can go right after, that's
Okay.
fine.
So.
Sorry about that.
You didn't do the alphabet.
I know, we're skipping,
Your fault.
skipping the
That's on
M's.
me.
It's-
I
no, that's-
apologize.
that's on
I jumped
James.
the gun, I was excited. So I do want to discuss some of the questions that you guys, the board has brought up, and then, if there's any questions after that, is that okay?
Yeah.
So one of the things I want to talk about is, some of the proactive things that can be done. I know Cross Creek talked about phosphate mitigation, but some of the other things that weren't mentioned that we would probably utilize to see how we got results would be, for instance, lake dyes or beneficial bacteria. They can be put into the ponds. The lake dyes, essentially, you're trying to shade out some of the sunlight, lower that photosynthesis, so the algae just maybe doesn't grow as quickly. And the bacteria also helps abate some of those nutrients, makes them less bioavailable for the algae to use. So there are some practice steps that we would definitely begin to utilize almost immediately to see what kind of results we get, and then make further recommendations forward from there. One of the other things I wanted to talk about too is when we do phosphorus abatement programs. I actually just got water quality results back from the property we did treatment 3 weeks ago. We had a 75% reduction in the phosphorus in the pond within 2 weeks. So phosphorus reduction can happen rapidly with the right program. And then the other thing too is just talking about how quickly could you expect this from the property up. We took up over a very large property in September, approximately 313 acres, 169,000 linear feet. And the board commented at their board meeting last week that they felt their lakes looked perfect. So I can't guarantee with the challenges this community has about copper, that'll be that quick. but I'm confident within 6 to 8 months, you should see a drastic turnaround, if not quicker. So I'm very confident in that. And perspective on the price, right? Because, you know, there's obviously a lot of questions relative to, is your scope limited and the price too small to get the job done? That same account, we are actually charging less money, and the reason yours is more money, being about half the size, is simply because of the challenges your property presents. I think our price is right, job appropriately. You know, lake management, you see prices anywhere from, you know, 30 cents a linear foot all the way up to, you know, $1.50. In extreme cases, $2. I've got you guys at $1.38, so you are pretty high, in my opinion, already. So I do believe we'll be very successful in maintaining the property. I hope you guys did receive the report. I looked at every pond once again on this RFP to make sure I knew what I was getting into. But I, you know, wanted to address those couple topics that the board discussed. And as far as our responsiveness, we're typically emailed within 24 hours, on site 24 to 48 hours if there ever is any problem. So wanted to address those, but then take any questions from the board if they have any.
You had several references in your proposal where you went through each one of our ponds, and there were, each pond you identified things, whether they're different grasses or different weeds that need to be treated. I assume those are part of the regular treatment plans. You had other comments on some of the ponds, major littoral shelf work needed, things like that. Is all that all included in the price, or are you simply identifying? I'm trying to figure out which of these are add-on a la carte costs if we choose to get to them.
Everything in there is included. Littoral work, you know, because I did a full inspection last April when we did the RFP. Littoral work, you know, Cross Creek did some pretty good improvement on the littoral. That's one of the areas I felt they did probably the most improvement. There's still a little bit of cleanup to be done, but you know, they got a lot of it. There's just still minor invasives, mostly like primrose, willows, and torpedo grass, but they're in much better shape than they were comparatively to my last inspection.
So do you think, and again, one of the other gentlemen said it right on, we're not pond experts here. Do you think we're on a good path? And this is simply a thing that just takes more time and it's expectation setting on our end? Or what are you doing differently within the general scope that is going to change direction to accelerate the cleanup here? What are you?
Sure. So the main thing is getting rapid control and long-term control of the submerged vegetation. Anytime you have submerged vegetation take, you know, a strong hold and have a large biomass in the pond, it's gonna allow algae to grow more rapidly, creates a surface for it to grow on, and then when you do kill a larger biomass, the larger the biomass, the bigger the nutrient release, right? So we want to get on top of that, you know, submerged vegetation rapidly, and then as it starts to come back, we want to be proactive in treating it early in its growth phases, so that way we can get quick control and hopefully, you know, maybe even entirely avoid that algae bloom. You know, without having water quality data, it's impossible to say, you know, algae can recur rapidly. So, you know, we look forward to being able to potentially do those water testing for the community and then make recommendations based on that. You know, my big thing is too, is, you know, the board is, you know, committed to, you know, minimizing our nutrients and putting funds towards that. We can make significant difference in reducing that nutrient and, you know, essentially turn back the clock a little bit on the health of the pond and improve that water quality. You know, I would say, you know, with where the ponds are now, I did propose a $6,000 startup. That is pretty much just to go after and attack just that submerged vegetation. You know, the product we're going to use is called Stone RAS. It is a long-term control product that's going to get 100% of the vegetation in the pond. You know, the reason for the startup is that product's about $2,000 a gallon. And we're going to come out with quite a bit of it in the very first month to go after that submerged. So that's where we're going to make the biggest improvement rapidly, is by going after that submerged and then also obviously treating the algae that's there. But we also really want to, you know, start using some of those dyes, those bacteria. My quote is all inclusive. We're coming in to create a benefit with this proactive solution, so we can save our money on the outer side and provide a better service to you and better quality. That's how we are efficient in keeping that price where it is.
When you said whether or not the board would commit to reducing nutrients, again, is that an extra cost? Tell me what that meant. What are we?
Yeah, it would. You know, I don't think anybody's including nutrient abatement in their program, because depending on the size of the pond, depending on the amount of nutrients, you know, I can't look at a pond and say, you know, that pond's, you know, X amount of dollars. you're gonna do a water test, you're gonna get a data back of, you have this much phosphorus parts per billion. That's gonna tell us how much elemental phosphorus is in your pond, and based on that, we go, okay, based on that, we need to use this much product. So it's impossible for really any vendor to come up with a price without actually doing that water quality testing. Otherwise, you're throwing darts at a dartboard. Really, you gotta have the data to support the treatment program that you're gonna go anyway.
And is that water quality testing not something that you would do in preparation of the RFP? That's an added cost, just we have to sign up for the contract first and then figure that out?
It is an added cost, but you guys have based in your program, you have 10 lakes that get tested every year. I have no issue with moving that up. I think it says May to November it's gonna be completed. I have no problem moving that up and, doing it right at the front of the RFP to get going right immediately and address those nutrients.
So that's in there because I think our current vendor offered that, but there's been no testing done.
Yeah, and I'm happy to, it's included. I definitely think seeing the nutrients, you should do annual water testing and figure out
Mhm.
where we wanna go attack those nutrients.
Okay.
I think it says May to November, but I have no issue with moving that up and doing it in February. And then making recommendations to the board, based on those results.
Okay.
And my last question, sorry, give me a worst case, best case on a nutrient abatement, if that's gonna be for any ponds where there's extra treatment needed, it sounds like that would be the thing. Can you give me a low and a high on what that might look like from a smaller pond to a bigger pond, just so I can understand order of magnitude, the cost?
It's all relative to the elemental phosphorus, right? So I just did, a half acre pond that had about 190 parts per billion phosphorus, which, anything above 100 is a problem. That half acre pond costs them about $2,000. I've seen larger pond with a lot more phosphorus being anywhere up to 50, 60. But on a pond like that, we might look at other options because it might just not be the best bang for your buck to go right after the phosphorus. You might look at, more bottom diffuse aeration combined with bacteria. That would be a time you might consider some other options.
I'm sorry, did you say 50 to 60,000 or 15 to 16?
50 to 60. Yeah, I've seen larger lakes with a lot of phosphorus. Those numbers go up rapidly depending on how, it's all about that number of phosphorus that is in your pond. And unfortunately, without data, I don't know if that, you don't have any previous data to provide, but without data, it's hard to say.
Got it. Thank you.
I do believe, because I've reviewed your minutes, I do believe you guys have actually, one of the products I would recommend, I believe you guys have used in the past, it's called Nutridor WC. I think Solitude actually did a program at one point. And that, that's one of the products that it would be a good example of, what you could consider. There's some other ones out there as well. But they work really well. And the nice thing is too, is working with those manufacturers. And when we do come to you with those programs, I can get the manufacturers to back it with a guarantee that if we say we're going to reduce it by, X amount, we can get the manufacturer to guarantee those results. And therefore, you actually are going to pay for something where I can, which is very rare in an environmental field, where I can say you guys are going to get the results because it's guaranteed.
Okay.
When you mentioned testing, how much is it gonna cost for the additional testing?
The water testing is in your RFP, it's included in my chart.
Concluded. So Premier is 11,000 a month with all the inclusions that are in there.
$6,000.
6,000 is a one-time cleanup, and then their aerator maintenance is $300 a month. Correct.
Yeah.
Cross Creek, I don't know what you're looking at, Dave, because theirs is 10,930 a month.
When you sent out the overall.
This one?
Contract. No, I'm going from a few months back. You gave us all the contract amounts
Mhm.
and you've got Cross Creek annually at 174.80.
Yeah, that's not. It should be 131, 160, and then 3,800 more for aerator. So yeah, that number is wrong.
It's wrong.
Yeah.
You've got 47.50 for aerator, 174.80 annually.
We probably put a plug in the budget, Dave, to add for some optional one-off aerator additions.
That's what I'm thinking, because they literally charge 38 annually, 3,800 for quarterly fountain maintenance, and then their annual is 131, 160.
Well, in any case, one more time about the initial cleanup. Is this optional or something that you're saying we need to do?
It, depending on how quickly you want things to be cleaned up, right? If the goal is to get things cleaned up, looking good within 3 to 6 months, we should do it. If you're gonna give me a whole year, I can space that out more over the year and then, I can absorb that. But if the goal is short term, big results, there's a big financial burden on our part to come in and do properly do it.
Kind of like shocking a pool.
A little bit, yeah.
You know, the only thing
Right.
I had is that the only thing that I get concerned with is I'm hearing a lot of complaints. Cause we had, I don't know, we had 1 or 2 fish kills this year. So I'm wondering how much that affects anything in the water.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's fish kills happen naturally. A lot of times the fish kills you see in Florida, if you have experienced tech, is from whether weather related, whether you have lake flip
Sure.
application. We're gonna use everything to label rates and safely. I can think of in my 10-year career, I can think of 1 or 2 fish kills where I can say with certainty that, hey, you know what, that was chemical related. Technician over treated a lake, typically with copper. It does happen. I wouldn't worry about it. The one thing, a lot of the algicide we're gonna use is a peroxide based algicide. Typically, when you use a peroxide based algicide, you actually raise the dissolved oxygen. A lot of times when you have a fish kill, it's because you spray too much, the decay of the plant is dropping that dissolved oxygen down. Where when you spray with that hydroperoxide, it kind of negates that. So that's one of the major benefits. But that's why I try to do the more proactive approach anyway, to be as friendly as we can and limit our algicide use and limit the amount of chemical going to the water. Because if we can be proactive and use that same amount of money rather than chemicals and create a better effect for you guys as we're preventing algae, that's the route I would choose to go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, Greg?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you.
Mid-Florida. This is what you all just got.
Got it.
Can you tell me your annual cost? 98,000,
8-4.
98,400. Okay,
Mid-Florida Aquatics, owner operated the company. I'm the one who treated the ponds. Treated the Celebration Golf Club for over 10 years. So
Oh,
I know I
okay.
manage the waterways here.
Okay.
I'm a little horse. Over 10 years, I've seen them come and go. Sometimes they look better, sometimes they don't. I've had to actually go onto your property to unclog drains, so the golf course will drain. And there's a lot to do. My price is the price. There's no surprises. You call, it's my personal phone. And Celebration's been happening for over 10 years.
and you're still currently maintaining their pond
Yes.
on the golf
I was
course?
there an hour, 2 hours, so.
Okay,
So I know how to treat these waterways, so I've been doing it. And nutrient load, the golf course probably is more nutrient load than the community.
oh yeah,
The other fertilizer.
Yeah, some altered zone on some of the golf ponds, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, because some of your ponds touch the golf course, but, I want to treat them, but I can't.
right.
Oh, look. Yeah,
The only thing I wanna ask really is like a 911, because sometimes we'll get a report, like a fish kill, for example. Or something bubbles up and it's just sitting there and looks ugly and needs to go away yesterday. So when you get that call on your phone,
you'll see you in a day.
okay, I mean, is there an hourly rate or something that?
No.
Okay,
What we didn't have is any information about aerator maintenance.
I do not do.
He doesn't do it.
My scope, I have a wonderful company that my customers are very satisfied with and have been for 15 years. Then I can refer you to, and they're all extremely pleased. And that's what they do, and I treat waterways.
yeah, aquatic weed control didn't provide aerator maintenance either.
There's no surprises, no extra cost, it's price is price. No increases.
So what's your assessment of our ponds and what we need to be doing?
Yeah.
There's a lot going on, each pond can be different, one can be on this side of the road, this one over here, it's different. But there's just a lot of your duckweed problem, I think. There's a lot of nutrients, but there's a lot of the back of your ponds that never been treated. Cause they ride around on what we call a side by side, they don't put a boat in, and I use the boat 95% of the time. So I treat the whole lake. Cause even on your nice walkways, you can see where it's never been treated. It's like they don't treat them, so the duckweed will hide, the other one's Salvini, they'll hide in there, so you can't, as soon as you spray the other way, it just comes right back out. So there's a lot of outfall structures, overflows that have been overgrown. I've had to go in and find them and unclog the pipes.
Okay,
And I'm assuming you have the capability and bandwidth to add this to your scope at the golf.
Oh, yes, I do champion skate also.
Okay.
You talk just a
Greg?
little bit about your company structure as far as the staff you have and
Me,
that challenge in a prior one with, who's our account manager, stuff like that. Can you talk about how that works?
him,
it's just me.
Okay.
I'm your representative, your salesman, your president, it's me. How the ponds look are a direct reflection on me. And how nice this place is, it should be looking top notch. That's like the golf course, I do my best to make it look immaculate.
is there any issues with or concerns if attending this meeting if needed?
I do technical.
I do have a concern when you're the key man operation, what happens to you? For some reason.
If he
you're
gets
not-
sick?
Well, I have a son that does this also for another company. He could take it, and then I have another, somebody that has a company, small business like I have.
So you have a contingency plan?
Yes. Yeah. That was a little scary, but I'm fairly healthy.
Thanks, Jack.
I had to know.
Jack, are you healthy?
I'm very, very healthy.
Well, I'm the one that treats your pond.
I agree.
No. You call the number and they're like, oh, I gotta get a hold of this guy. I worked for one of these before. Before I started my own. And Celebration called me, said, you need to come do it. That's what I guess.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
all right. Solitude.
Yes. Hello again, some familiar faces. We're happy to be back. Kind of refresher, come on up, Andre. Just a refresher, my name is Kevin Wilk. I'm the district manager here in Central Florida. We have Alan Wilson, who y'all probably remember as well. He's our operations manager locally here for Celebration, as well as Andres, who is our F&A, fountain aeration manager, operations manager here locally. And their office is what, about 20 minutes from here, 15 minutes from here? Yeah. And as you know, we are locally based, we are a national company. But all in all, we're excited to be back, excited to talk with y'all a little bit. I know it's a unique place, it's a special place, and we know it well. So we're excited to talk to you a little bit about tonight and answer any questions y'all may have.
What is different, since I don't trust my numbers anymore? What's different between this and what we did prior to?
Prior to with Solitude,
Yeah.
Brenda, can you pull Solitude's original contract? Cause right now they're at $10,916 a month.
Yes.
You know, Kevin.
I want to say it was within a couple $1,000.
Okay, I wanna say the original one was like 130, 140.
All right, yeah, because what I got is 137,862.
Yeah.
I wanna say that's about right.
With F&A, that's right.
And then aerator maintenance was separate.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
total is about 137.
Yeah, we were 130,992 for this proposal for the lakes and then 3,800 for the aeration.
That's for this one?
That's correct.
We're talking about, we're
Yeah,
talking about
so
last time
previous- so
Solitude
we're
managed it.
$2,000 less than previous.
And your
that's what I
previous
was getting
bid.
at.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
You
Yep.
got it.
All right, and scope is still the same.
Yeah.
As far as you understand.
So absolutely, the scope is still the same. I mean, we've been talking, everybody here has been talking a lot about the proactive need, and that is something y'all know. That is why, previously, and including this time, the water assessments, the lake assessments, those enhanced water bodies, those are critical. Those are absolutely critical. We're very confident. Like I mentioned, we're a local company right here, 20 minutes away, but we have national backing, our whole company. Mark Below, sitting up in our office up north, I mean, this is what he does. He comes up with new innovative ways that he works with us and, essentially wrote the book on how to do additional treatments without using copper. So, I really picked his brain, and we talked a lot with him about this, coming back, what we can do differently as well to help get those longer term proactive controls. And yes, I think we can do it with the basic scope, but can we get to that next tier that everybody has been talking about? That's where those lake assessments come into play, and putting those specialized treatments into place after we get that information. For those nutrients.
I will say too, the difference between now and when they were here is the account manager is no longer with you. Jason,
Our salesman?
well, he was,
Jason?
yeah, he was managing this project
Yeah,
while
so,
when he was with you guys.
yes, exactly. Jason, correct. He was with us. He was overseeing with Alan. That is correct. Absolutely. And with that said, Alan, Andres, myself, we will be here every month to talk with y'all, because at the end of the day, this is a partnership. We've got to be able to communicate and talk with y'all. And y'all said it over and over again. You aren't the pond experts. We are. We got to be able to have those real conversations. And sometimes it may be uncomfortable, like, yeah, this one's gonna hurt, but if we want to get the results on this site, this is what we need to do.
And you're able to attend these meetings?
Absolutely.
You're exceeding your minimum site visits, because we had 6 one whole week, we had 8 in the proposal.
Something else we talked about. Yeah, absolutely. Alan, you want to kind of talk about that a little
Yeah,
bit?
just from being here last time, this community needs a lot of time on site. And it's certain times of the year was enough, but certain times of the year it wasn't. So adding those 2 visits, giving us 2 extra days here a month. I felt like that would give us the time that we need to.
And that's more than the other bidders?
And,
Yeah, again, we provide a scope. And they can bid it however they choose. And like a state came in with what they think to do it, they added 2 more visits. The minimum requirement that our scope says is 6.
One time per week though.
At minimum,
It's not-
1 time a week.
Wasn't specified in the last RFP, it just said 6 times.
Yeah.
They came 5 days 1 week and 1 day,
Right.
The rest of the month?
and then we modified it that at least 1 visit per week.
Mhm.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, part of that, so we can utilize the boat and get in, treat those backsides and do additional things through that month, because it's critical. Right now, it's the slower season. Things are, the water's well mixed. Speaking of lake assessments, right now may not give you a true indicator of what the ponds are doing during the warmer months. But we want to get a jump on it. The stuff that stuck out when we took a look at it. We want to get on it, and we want to stay on top of it throughout the year. So that is why we felt those 8 visits was going to be critical for celebration.
How many people do you have in your crew that you're gonna send out to us?
How many folks you got there?
We've got, there's 6 of us here locally within 30 minutes.
And Andre?
But each time we have a treatment, how many people you gonna send out?
Normally, I mean, we like to have just 1 or 2 guys that, are here regularly, know the community, know where to go, know where the problem ponds are. When if a complaint does come in, they can go right to it. So, yeah, we try to keep the number of technicians to just 1 or 2. But we have more resources if we need them.
And the same goes for the F&A side.
We have 5, a team of 5.
Okay, we do everything in-house. We do not sub anything out.
And maybe I missed it, but I'll ask you the same question as far as extra services or additional cost. So same thing, you got fish kill, I think Pondai you say is as needed. And what are those things that you're like, okay, you need it, and here's the cost, because it's an additional charge, and what are included?
Yeah, so our scope of service of Hyundai as needed. Good question. It's not necessarily, it's not additional cost, but it's just where we see fit. So we go up to a site and say, hey, this is beneficial. We're gonna add that Hyundai to that site at that time. We're not gonna call you up and say, hey,
Okay,
whatever that is, but additional services, things that aren't within the scope, mechanical removal, things of that sort, but also those proactive treatments. We, a couple of years ago, we did Utrazor to help reduce that phosphorus load. Those type of projects that come back, those are specialty projects, one-offs, where we would come to the board and talk with y'all, and it would be an additional service.
the point is, you look at all these proposals and you look through all the pictures, there's a lot of work to be done. With, I mean, you've gone to all the lakes. So you've
Correct.
seen the nooks and crannies in each one. What are you looking at in terms of like getting to an acceptable level, and what is acceptable level?
I think in the RFP, you know, the acceptable level, what you guys expect is 100% control. And I mean, it's a big ask, like everybody said, you know, it's Florida, it's hot, stuff likes to grow here. I mean, this is the slower season, the cleanup should be quicker than if you're starting it in, you know, May or June or July. I mean, I would think by the spring, you should have, you know, by the end of spring, by say, end of April, there should be a huge improvement from where it is now.
So question, so I've heard you added 2 more visits per month, correct? From what you were doing last time with us, where you're doing 6, now you're proposing 8?
Yes,
Okay. Is that restricted? I mean, you can come and visit, but my understanding is you can only do so many applications. I mean, is that kind of hitting a ceiling where you could come 12 times and it wouldn't matter because you can only apply so many times, or is there actual productive work to do in those extra 2 visits?
no, there would be plenty of work to do. I mean, for being here last time, you know, some sites that just have access issues where you have to use a boat or you have to get out and walk and backpack on one pull hose. You know, some days you might be able to treat 10 ponds, 12 ponds in a day. Some days you might treat 2 ponds in a day. And having those extra visits would make sure that you're getting to every pond every month, you know, treating everything that needs to be treated every month.
So you're still going to do the same number of treatments as what you were supposed to be doing under the prior contract. It's just the recognition you need extra days to do those.
I think we would be doing a few things differently. Yeah, I think what Alan's saying is that, you know, maybe this time we would be going around mentioning the boat, you know, doing boat applications. It's the detail work, and, you know, devil's in the details. It's not just treating the front side of the pond, it's getting on the back side, the trash, you know, on the back side of the pond. I remember that was a big one, the debris trash, holy cow. That gives us the ability to go on that backside of the boat, get the trash off the backside. It's just making sure we have the available time that it needs.
Okay. And same question I'd ask some of the other bidders. As far as additional treatments, the one I keep hearing is the nutrient abatement. And I think you guys had even proposed those as some optional bids to us when we had you before. Is that, I mean, I'm looking for an honest assessment if our expectations are just unrealistic because we're not spending enough money because they need to do extra things. Is that really the problem? Is the nutrient abatement or other additional treatments, or can you truly get these things to what you understand the level of expectation is just with your base contract?
Yeah, I think the base level here gets it to a manageable, acceptable level. You're not going to be out of compliance. It's going to look good. There are sites though here that are just absolutely loaded, you know, with you know, getting some sort of pollution, we'll call it, those nutrients within the site, or they're stratified. And, you know, as we saw, that's where the conversation comes in hand. That's where we take it to that next level, and we have to talk. And now, if I remember correctly, though, that's something y'all are open to. It's something y'all budgeted for, are these additional services to where if it's needed, you know, we can futures, or we go back to that. It wasn't a matter of, you know.
This board will do it as long as you're telling them this is what we need
But
to
that-
do
we
and
have
why.
That real conversation. It's not, oh, you know, we want the science, we want the data to back it. That's how those assessments came to be, from our first go around, saying, hey, we need to do these 10 assessments a year. So we can truly say, is it worth it to invest in this site? Is it the best bang for the buck? Or is it these two over here? To come up with that proper solution.
That's all the questions I had, Tom. Thanks.
Any other questions?
That's it?
That's it.
All right,
Thank
do you want to excuse all vendors so you can have a conversation? Okay,
Like,
if everybody doesn't mind stepping out and they can discuss and then we'll call you back in.
I'm just gonna add one quick thing, just to discuss the visits. My contract is performance-based. So if we do deem that we need 8 visits, 10 visits, or 12 visits, that is included. I just simply put 6 visits because that's what the scope can do.
Okay.
Our current plan is actually the same. It's 8 visits. We're gonna send 2 people once a week.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Angel, who was it that just spoke up?
Premier,
Thank you.
Gary, can you shut that
Carrie,
door, please?
can you grab that door? Thank you.
Gary doing?
Yeah,
He was right there. And according to Jack, he's in perfect health.
I am not Gary.
Glad I don't have a vote.
All right.
What?
So first off, can we eliminate
Me
the one that's
too.
not here?
I'm sorry?
Eliminate the one that's not here?
Me too.
We had one that is.
It's kind of like, why not?
Yeah.
We use all these
Why not? I agree.
Mandatory, and the bid, I think we said it was.
It was, and the email that I sent out,
Okay, so
was mandatory.
Great, next.
Maybe we
Is
should
that
have it.
top water environmental that's at the last page of the packet?
No, it's aquatic.
Aquatic weed control was not here.
Okay, who's the top water environmental?
They never submitted.
There's a page at the very last page, page 92. All we got was a one-page quote.
What?
What? I didn't
Pack-
see that. I don't even know who
Packet
that
you guys
is.
sent out with all the different bids, page 92 of 92.
Well, they're not here, so.
Oh, no, well, they're not here either, so no.
Okay.
Yeah. Top water? I didn't either. I never saw that. Carrie, where'd you pull that from?
Or whatever you sent. me. I
Okay.
split them up.
Greg, you got the special packet.
Yeah.
You might want to check into other.
It might
things as
have
well.
been a page, because there were some that submitted like 3 or 4 different things, like a brochure and this and that. So maybe it was that. I
Okay,
don't
so we have those two eliminated. So. Next up is the question with Solitude. Is there the current vendor right now?
No,
No.
Cross Creek is.
Cross Creek is, sorry.
Yeah, I think that's where you start. If
Yeah.
you don't want them, we can at least eliminate them and then you can go on.
Well,
I-
I'm gonna take a different comment here, maybe to introduce this, and the board tells me they don't like this, then I'm not ready to vote number one. We just got these yesterday and
Yeah.
I'm kind of chewing through them as first thing. Second thing, if we are owed water tests from our current vendor, and some of the bidders are saying, hey, we can't tell you whether or not you're gonna need these other services, or we don't really know, or we're kind of guessing, and hey, we'll come in and we'll assess and we'll do things. Why would we not require coming out of this meeting, Cross Creek, I need your water tests. I need them tomorrow. They're on contract. Give me the water tests. We feed them back to the bidders. And I realized I'm getting a little dangerous now because now we're asking people to change bids after bids went public. But if that's information that's material
Yeah.
for them to be able
I
to
get
come
it.
out and say,
I think
hey,
that's
these are things that we.
You're going down Arnco path again.
Yeah.
By holding your current vendor to do things that they know that they've been obligated to do and failed, and they're not doing them.
And I'm, ordinarily, Angel, I'd say just get our money back for whatever the fair market value is of those tests and say, hey, we're just going to withhold that. But we
We've
actually
already
need those.
withheld 2 months.
Yeah.
But we actually need those tests in order to make, in my opinion, an assessment on some of these other services and what's really going to work here, because even these bids, they're guessing.
The new people are gonna wanna do their own testing
Yeah.
with the
It's
scope.
built in
thing.
the scope of the contract.
Yeah.
It's built in the scope and they're gonna want their own stuff to go by.
So explain to me why we wouldn't vote, what information is missing that we can't vote now?
Oh,
Why are we delaying?
I think.
I don't know.
think- So we got, I haven't read, I read briefly some of the bids. I haven't been able to read all the bids in length. So when we received.
I mean, some of them, there weren't that much to read. I mean, let's not.
No, some are very
Mhm.
brief.
Yeah, some of them show that they visited all the ponds again, and know exactly what to do.
I'm for eliminating Cross Creek. They're not performed before.
I agree.
I can't believe we would go back to, one of the 2 vendors that we terminated for cause. The only one I have any interest in is Premier. I'm just not sure if I'm ready to vote on him yet.
Well, there's actually 2 of them. First off, the state management to be way out of the expense line. That's $218,000.
They're out of range on both. They were the absolute lowest by thousands of dollars for the same scope, and then they offered that other option. So they're a kind of outlier on both ends.
Yeah, so to me, they're out, and then I also eliminated the Solitude, because they had it before and they screwed it up. So I'm looking at Premier and Mid-Florida right now. Mid-Florida intrigues me because it's so cheap. But-
Well,
the knowledge, yeah.
And he did,
And here's my problem though, he's one person, he's gonna be working his butt off. Is he gonna stay up with industries development?
Jack,
I will-
actually, yeah, I can't see us going with a one-man show. I mean, we've already had a history of problems with good-sized companies, and maybe we need a smaller. I can't believe that's the right answer, and especially that he says he doesn't do aerator maintenance on top of that, which was part of the requirement. I
It's
can't
not
see that being the right
the
answer.
requirement.
I don't think that's disqualifying. We need somebody else to do the area maintenance.
I will tell you, he came here and said, hey, guys, what's going on with your ponds? He came to this office several times and,
I'm not saying you couldn't do the job,
yeah, and
But
asked,
it couldn't either.
but it is a single point of failure. In my opinion. And that's what worries me. That,
The only thing I will say is usually with the pond companies, they've only got one guy out here for like
That's true
2
too.
days.
So Russ, you see his work over there at the golf course. What do you think?
You've probably seen it more than I do. I don't even play golf.
I can't play Celebration. That's too expensive.
oh,
Well, the bougie guy here does play it, and I'm not gonna say it's perfect, because
it's not perfect.
No, you will go down and like, boy, that's furrier than our ponds. And so
That's why he doesn't play, 'cause it's too furry. That's what it is. Be honest.
But your
At
balls
least
get
be
so nice
honest.
in the water. when you
I
have-
can't.
But the thing is that, well, I forgot to ask, he seems to have been there for quite an extended period of time.
10 years, 15 years, sorry, 15 years.
That speaks well. But yeah, usually I like to eliminate the low and the high bid, because there's usually something wrong with both of them.
So a little tech talk on Premier. They were pushing biologicals, beneficial alternatives. I spent 20 years trying to figure out how to do that. I couldn't find it attainable in the West. Most of what you.
Harry, can you speak up a little bit? Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing.
Yeah, so I spent about 20 years trying to figure out how to manage ponds without conventional pesticides. And was not successful. Most of what you're introducing is not indigenous to that environment. There's too much competition, very short life once it hits the water. Same thing with the pond ice. I mean, the pond ice lasts a couple of days and then they're.
And then they're gone.
But he referenced that several times. I've got like 4 times.
I was gonna say 4 times
Yeah.
when he referenced it.
Yeah.
And.
Not that it rules them out. I don't think it's a good alternative.
Well,
You're,
and-
Carrie, are
It's
you
not
saying
feasible.
you heard them say they're gonna do the biological, I guess, like non-pesticide things? I didn't catch that.
Yes, he referenced that. It's not as an alternative.
the other thing that. This made me being picky is that when one vendor says we're gonna be here 2 more times. I'm also gonna be here 2 more times. I'm like, the whole thing is for you to present. And Greg, I think.
What
you
it's gonna
referenced
take
this-
for you to do it.
I think, Greg, you referenced this before. Be honest with us. What does it
Yeah.
take to actually do this job? Okay, what does it go ahead and take? And then all of a sudden it takes 6. Oh, you know, we're gonna be there just as much as the other guy. Well, why didn't you say that to begin with?
Well, I appreciated his comment though, that what he said was he's taking this as a performance-based thing. I mean, really what he said was, hey, if I need to be here 8, if I need to be here 12, if I need to be here 15, I'll be here what it takes in order to do it, which is kind of the same answer we got from the gentleman from the golf course is, hey, if I need to be out here, I'll be out here.
Yeah.
That's how I took it. I didn't take it as a.
So process of elimination here, is there anybody advocating for a state? Originally, actually, I was, because I wanted to just get this, take a sledgehammer to the
Mhm.
pond and just get the guy that knows. Could give us the
It's like
Cadillac.
your budget too, aren't you?
Wow.
Well,
Yeah, I just wanna get it, oh, no, I don't have to be here every 6 months.
well,
I
so
understand.
here's the thing. So. Everything's negotiable, so that's number 1, right? So if we select one, we can still technically negotiate. But the other thing too is. We spend how much in landscaping,
Yeah.
right? How much you spend on landscape, 1.1, 1.2?
On what?
Landscape.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
So we spent $120,000 on ponds. Roughly, right?
130.
120, 130, right? And we've gotten. Service. so far. So I just don't wanna go ahead and go the cheap route, because we're kind of doing
I
that.
would, I mean, I'll go further than that, Tom. I would double what we pay in it and put it into our budget if I had somebody stand at that podium, pound the podium and say, I will fix your ponds. I know what needs to happen. And I didn't hear that from any of them.
Well, that's what estate said. Estate said they will fix your ponds with you, go with option one, which is $18,000 a month, 200 and something
Right, but
thousand a
they're calling
year.
everybody else liars? I
Yeah.
don't want to say liar, I mean, it's.
Essentially,
Essentially, you can't do it for what they're doing.
right. That's
But
what
that's what he said.
he
But when
said.
I asked him, why, I mean, Angel, you had to explain his answer for him because it was vagaries of, well, you know, I'm a better guy.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm bouncing around here. Solitude, we fired them because of the account manager or because they.
Um,
A lot of reasons.
yeah, mostly the service, it started out great and then it just
It just went down.
tanked. And again, sometimes you can look and go, it's the account manager. Sometimes it could be a company changeover. I mean, there could be a million reasons, but I will say the account manager that was here when Solitude had this contract, he's no longer even with Solitude. He's with Aquagenics now. I don't know if that means anything. I have no idea. Sometimes when you have landscaping issues, you can directly go back to the account manager if they're good, bad, or otherwise. But that's really the only difference in Solitude today, as prior, is Jason is no longer going to be the account manager. And they're a couple $1,000s less than what they were. That's about it.
Which doesn't make any sense in today's market.
Yeah, they went $10,000
Also-
less, but they're gonna increase the number of visits.
Don't know.
I just, that's, it bothers me because things are expensive. How do they get cheaper?
I guess I can't in good, I wouldn't even bother dissecting. I can't in good conscience go back to a company we terminated for cause less than a year ago.
Alright, so who are our players right now?
It's, for me, it's Premier and Estate. Those are the two that we are looking at. And I have to tell you, I'm gonna agree with Greg. I'm not ready to vote. I'm gonna have to do a lot of research here because this is a very big decision, I think, for the board to make, because we've been going from one RP to another, and this RFP is gonna be on us, right? We have to succeed here.
But I think, Tom, to the point, to Dave's question, you know, what else are we expecting to learn? Dave, to answer your question, I would like to know, like, I didn't think I saw in either one of them. What are other locations where they're treating? I'd like to go drive around and see some of their ponds. Talk to some of their references, and I don't think we got any of that in.
And we,
No, we got.
Yeah, there's references in there.
And premieres?
I don't know. I don't have.
I saw
Premier.
references on several.
Well, the one that Estate put logos of Coca-Cola and Tampa International Airport and
Yeah,
Amazon and stuff like that in there. That doesn't tell me specifically. Well, I mean, the two that I think we're looking at are Premier and Estate. I don't see any references of here's 3 other contacts of where we do work. Point me to that.
can we request references, or is it too late at this point?
No, you can request references. I think what I would do, because you have a 30-day term with Cross Creek. If you're set that you are terminating them, I would issue their termination this evening. You've got 30 days and you can award, or 60 days, you can give them 60 days. Award the contract at the next meeting, if that's what you want to do. So that would be my recommendation, if you're not ready to make a decision this evening.
Well,
The other,
if that's not gonna happen, I do want to open it up then to Solitude in mid-Florida also, because if you're saying Solitude's issues, were, now everybody's got issues, but if you're
Yeah.
pinpointing the account manager as the primary, then what they said made a lot of sense to me is what I'm saying.
I will tell you, Solitude's been around a very long time. They are a large company. They used to actually be one of the best in the state of Florida. They do a lot of work for the state themselves. And then probably about 3 or 4 years ago, they merged with another company and their services started kind of declining. And it was based on what account manager you had. I will tell you, when Solitude was here, they were also at another property that I personally have, which is Harbor Isles in Apollo Beach. Y'all fired them simultaneously. And Jason was the account manager on both. And I will tell you right now, they have Cross Creek, Harbor Isles. And again, today, Matt did not show up to the Harbor Isles meeting. And they're going through the same issues. So again, sometimes it's not the company and your techs, it's the account manager who's not staying on top of it.
So we can issue a termination, and I like 4 finalists that we can come back to next month.
You know, before you go that, you know, our next meeting is not till January 28th. It's 41 days.
That's why she said we could do 60 days.
Yeah, I would give, if you're gonna terminate Cross Creek, I would go ahead and give them 60. You don't have to do the 30-day. I would do 60.
Why do I
And
need to tell them now at all? Why wouldn't I just let it continue on? What's the advantage of issuing a formal term notice now?
You can let them know. I mean, it's just good business, but again, that's a board decision. Yeah, that's a board decision. Either way, you have to issue a termination. So
For
if you're gonna let them continue to go, you issue it in January and give them a 30-day. That's fine too.
The longer the better, I think.
Yeah, the challenge is though, if you give them 60 days today and you're not meeting for 41,
Mhm.
the company's gotta ramp up in a couple of weeks and. Whether that's realistic for them to come here and take over in a couple of weeks.
I don't think it is.
Well, it doesn't.
And
have
if
to
we're,
be- You could be 80.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be whatever you want, but I'm just saying.
Or just give.
well, I say I'd much rather just wait until we make a
Yeah.
decision, whatever that decision's gonna be, and then figure out the termination after that. I don't think we need to rush into the termination.
But I think you need to let them know who you're looking to come back because, you know, I can tell you, if I had to guess, aquatic weed control, and again, it's their fault, but they probably didn't show up tonight because they just went through this 6, 7, 8, 9 months ago. They were here at the meeting and, you know, again, it's on them, but I would definitely let whoever you're interested in know, we are interested. This is what we want from you between now and January, whatever.
Because I don't know what else we want from.
I don't know either.
You guys got.
You've got all the information.
41 days.
Well,
Dave, for Solitude, did they say, I missed it, was the gentleman who was standing there going to be the account manager? Is that what he said?
All
Yes,
3 of
all
them.
3 of them.
Yeah,
3
Alan.
account managers.
Okay.
Alan
That-
speaks it.
And Andres.
Andres and Kevin would be on property and then also at every meeting.
Not trying to get spicy here. Who's in charge? Who is the guy? Because that's been a problem with the past 2 vendors.
Kevin,
Okay.
He's the guy doing the presentation.
correct.
He would be the-
He would be the point of contact. The other guy, Alan, is your spray tech that would be on site with the other guy Andreas. Was that his name?
Yeah.
And were they the prior techs on the last contract, or do we know that?
That I don't know.
I would like to know that. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, a manager, we've seen that in landscaping, guys. 80 to 90% of the
Yeah.
issues live or die by who the account manager is and if he's going to stay on top of his staff. But I'd like to know if it's the same staff. That probably wouldn't help their cause in my mind.
You want to narrow it down to like 2?
My 2 are Solitude and Estate.
State.
And the reason I say Estate is that from looking at their bid, it's the sledgehammer where we never have to worry about this again.
I mean, I can't go with the state because, I mean, he wants to do all these $1,500 pond tests. I mean, 58 ponds,
Mark, have we done documentary settings?
That's a lot of-
Do we have that data anywhere?
I'm not aware of them.
So, so here's the question. So like Premier Lakes, are their pond tests included? But they also,
yeah, everything is included.
Some of them were included, but there's a lot included for that 18,000 with the state management.
I mean, I was very impressed with the analysis, the example you had, was just shoot,
Yeah,
a lot of verbiage I had to read.
I mean, if I had to vote right now, the only one I have any interest in is Premier. I don't have a second choice.
I'm sorry, what was that, Greg? I'm just didn't hear you.
If we were making a decision right now, the only one I'd be interested in bringing back would be Premier. My second choice might be Mid-Florida, the golf course gentleman, but I have nervousness about going to a one-man company.
I did like this Florida though. I mean.
It
seemed like he's gonna be out there in his boat and.
I mean, he was the only one.
Well, I mean, he can do that because he's low overhead. Think about it.
He's that low overhead.
So
Yeah.
if you're looking at a state. For the 18,000, everything is included except for the metric survey and the fish kill cleanup. It looks like everything is included,
Including the pond testing.
except for the barometric survey and the fish cleanup,
And I don't mind.
which you're gonna pay fish cleanup in every contract. That is never included, and most testing is not included. So that's with a state. And then,
I mean, mid-Florida, the golf course guy, I mean, he knows better than any of those guys that showed up. There's a case to be made for him also.
And yes, but are the ponds exactly the way we want them right now? That's our closest. I would say no, because I've seen the ponds, but that's just me.
a state though, by the way, so 8,900 a month. That is labor only for 6 times, and that's where he's saying, depending on what they have to use, those are the additional costs.
Yeah, that's right. That could be any sort of cost.
Right, and again,
We're looking
who's,
for a fixed cost.
right, no one's gonna be out there monitoring what he's dumping in to be able to confirm these costs.
So that's
So you
not,
have to go with the high.
right, that the only option is the fixed cost.
Right, so that's that one.
And I didn't like the concept of a $6,000 startup for Premier, and I'm with you, Carrie. I'm not sure all of the mumbo jumbo that he was talking about
Yeah,
is viable.
I'm just,
Everybody.
upfront, I'm just not real confident.
Yeah.
Well-
I'm more confident about the state, but I agree with Jack that the cost is high. That was the only one I was interested in on the presentation on some of that stuff. The one statement he made is it's not enough to go ahead and spend the amount you're spending, and here we are again. And I'm like, boy, that, for me, that, listen, that might just be shown. But it does, that's exactly what happened, right? Here we are again.
Well,
Right, and we're looking at.
But remember too, Tom, he sat here listening to us talk to Cross Creek, who was the first one that came up, who's our current contractor that was coming in with the same price. So it was kind of a loaded comment for him to be able to say that out loud, because he heard, that's why I asked the question, are all the other vendors in the room?
he actually said that at the first time when he was here, if you remember, Estate was very, same as he is now, very confident and just sat back and was like,
I
no,
know.
this is our price, this is what we do.
Well, and you know, one of the negatives for me, the biggest negative of State was he was too confident. That was, I'm like, is that how we're gonna have to deal? Well, then we're gonna deal with it.
Mid-Florida was confident too. I can do this thing.
Yep.
Well, but that was an honest answer. It is just him. That was the answer.
I know, it's just confidence.
A little different with confidence. But
I will say trash pickup is included in Premier, and most of the time you don't get that in pond contracts.
okay, well, so
Yeah.
Yeah, except Alvaro's picking up all of our trash.
Right. I think we're all in a different direction.
we've already in a different direction. So
I don't know what
we
plan to get.
2 months.
Yeah, and what additional information you want.
You're gonna learn in 40 days that.
Right.
With the holidays that you don't know now. Yeah.
I see 2 options I'm comfortable with. Should not, you're comfortable with
So what are you comfortable with?
the state in mid-Florida.
Yeah, I'm a state premier.
Okay, Jack, what are you? We're gonna settle the,
I had Premier in Florida.
you have Premier and Mid-Florida?
Premier and then Florida.
All right, Greg, who are you
Premier.
comfortable?
If you had to pick 2 today.
Premier and Premier.
Well, then it looks like Premier is the unanimous between all of you.
Except for Dave.
Yeah.
Right.
It looks like we have-
Unanimous accepting.
Well, well, I mean, you've got more votes for Premier. You've
Yeah,
got
all right.
3.
Hey, it's a decision. I like
So be
it.
it, so be it, let's
So be it.
get it done.
Okay, but
Move
No, I'm fine with that decision. I'm just saying that I'm wary of where we were and where we are now. For me, it's not a comfortable vote. But that is the choice I have.
You give him 3 months to should prove himself, he doesn't.
Are you approving the $6,000 cleanup
Start with.
or let them start where it's at?
Well, I'm sorry, are we voting on who we're choosing or are we just saying who we're gonna bring back?
We're voting on who we're choosing.
Yeah, we're
Who
choosing.
are you choosing?
Here, and
Yeah.
now the option is, do we spend $6,000 up front to shock the system?
Get it cleaned up.
Well, so I go back to my comment at the beginning. I would prefer that we don't vote at all. I would still like to go see some of the other communities and
I
take a
am
look at
not,
what they've done. And
no, I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
now.
And you always had mid-Florida if things fall apart.
Yeah,
It's
literally in your backyard.
All right, so I move that we,
So wait, hold on, just to clarify before we do that, are we looking at the one-time cleanup? I hate when they do one-time cleanup.
You can tell them no. Tell them you
Yeah,
decline the
he's-
one-time cleanup.
do one-time cleanup for $2,000 for a gallon of that stuff. How far does that gallon go? I'm sorry.
Well, it's winter anyway.
Right, I'm just-
Now's the time to go out and clean up. You
guys, if
because
we're gonna vote on it now, let's not go cheap on it. For God's sake, we're on our fourth vendor here. We can't figure this out. The last thing I want to do is save $5,000 because we didn't do a one-time cleanup.
6,000.
I don't buy it.
Sorry.
I can't buy it either, but I'll go with that.
All right, so Jack, you're making the motion.
Making a motion for Premier with a $6,000 one-time cleanup.
Second,
No, I'll second.
all right.
Hey, guys, tough. All right, call a question.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
What?
Oh, come on.
Greg, we did what you wanted.
Yeah, he's just opposed to the $6,000 cleanup.
No, I would like to spend another month before we vote on this. This is the vendor I'm interested in, but I said from the beginning, I'm not, I just got these yesterday. I would like to do some homework on these guys.
Well, does someone, okay, so that motion fails. Is someone else making a motion?
I will make a motion for Premier without the 6,000. Isn't that different than what we just did?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, that's Dave. Okay, second,
Second.
Jack.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion passes with Greg opposing. And that's no cleanup fee.
Correct.
All right.
We can bring in Gary.
Gary's waiting.
He's already up, heading in the door.
Yeah, I'll buy you dinner.
Yeah, I think next time you might need some treats after. sitting
Yeah,
outside.
yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Or smelling salts.
I need.
Smelling salt.
I need some.
Okay, an hour and 27 minutes.
Yes.
Well, not,
Well, I was gonna say I'm writing down the contract.
Yes.
All right,
all right, Chairman.
Okay, so. We have decided that we are going. 1 second here. I'll just call my stuff. Yeah. Okay, so we have, Angel. So we have decided on, a contract here,
uh-huh,
to go with Premier,
yes.
okay? How do we wanna handle, we're looking at let's just start in 60 days, is that what we're looking at?
February 1st is what the proposal was for.
Okay, so it'll be February 1st.
Yes, so we would give Cross Creek termination. We would take a motion on that and give them a termination where their last day would be the last day of January and Premier would start February 1st.
Okay.
And Premier, they're going with that. They did not approve the $6,000 initial cleanup.
Okay, understood, and I will still make every effort to get it cleaned up as quickly as possible, it's not.
That's already been.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. And thank everyone for coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
It's long and laborious, so I do appreciate it. Thank you.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you. All right, so Cross Creek is last day of January and Premier is February 1.
We'll drop up the contract.
We'll draft the contracts and get it over.
Yep, thank you. If you need anything between now and then, please let me know.
All right, thank
Look
you.
forward to it.
Thank you.
So can we move
Your
on?
meeting time is over.
Yeah, we're done.
Meeting's over, that was.
You said there was nothing on the.
Yeah, I
agenda.
tried to say you have
told
nothing on the
you
agenda.
you didn't read the agenda.
Well, thankfully, somebody's still in the audience.
Yes.
I do need a motion to terminate Cross Creek.
Move to terminate Cross Creek.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Alright,
Did you say aye or deny?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Aye.
I can't hear.
Okay.
Big site.
Yes, so
Okay.
next up is Dig's Hike.
Brenda, can you put
Master
their
plan.
presentation on the screen,
Thank you
please?
for being patient.
Yep, give me just a minute, I'll get it up.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I need just a few minutes to open it and share my screen.
Okay, perfect. I know. Awesome. I did not. I mean, I read it. I did not read it. I didn't. I mean, I have it printed, but no, that's not the one they sent over at 4:46, is it?
Yes.
4:46, what day?
Yeah, today.
This is
Oh,
right there.
That's the
We got a
one.
new one?
Yeah.
It's
Oh.
just a simplified version.
Oh, okay, so it's
Yeah,
the same.
Same content.
Okay.
A little bit.
I read this one. I was saying I didn't read the new
Okay,
one
I was
because
like,
it
I
came
didn't
at
know, wait a minute, I read this.
4:46.
The new one that was in the old.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having us and happy holidays.
Yes.
Called Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Well,
There's other out there.
there's other holidays.
He's like a service.
So it starts on the 25th.
Yes, it's.
Are you
it's in
Jewish? No, but a lot of my friends are. So anyways, please go ahead.
All right.
My name is Hannah Blake. I'm representing our design team for the parks plan this evening. Our design team, just a reminder, is made up of Dick's Height, LRK, and KP Franklin. So tonight we're here to just touch base with you. I think last time we were here was beginning of fall. And we were released on work order number 3 to run through the discovery phase of our planning process, and we have concluded that. We've delivered a discovery summary document to Dave, who's currently reviewing it. And we wanted to get a head start, get in front of you all, tee up what you will be seeing in that discovery summary document, so that when it lands in your hands, you're a little bit more familiar with the content as you start to review it. And then we'll kind of conclude today's meeting with a conversation of next steps, and then any questions you may have based on what's presented. Yeah. I don't know if I have access to Flip or if.
Brenda, next slide.
Brenda's controlling it, so.
Yeah, I don't know if that would help.
Angel you can turn
I
that.
can't.
full screen.
Brenda, can you make that a full screen, please? No, full screen.
Maybe there's like a present.
There is a presentation.
Presentation view. There we go.
No, not presentation.
Which way?
Yeah, and the Zoom is gonna keep those borders.
Yeah.
All right.
You'd have to full screen the Zoom also.
There's quite a bit to cover, but I'll do my best to keep it condensed, because I know we have a long meeting.
Can you talk a little bit louder so
Yeah.
the recording picks it up?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Great, so we're gonna start off with introductions, so just kind of recap what we've been doing in the past couple of months. Setting the plan for celebration, but go ahead and flip to the next screen here. So under our discovery process, we've started to create a plan work for the 2025 parks plan. So we've outlined some guiding principles for the planning effort. We've identified some planning goals as well as plan objectives. And the objectives were a result of the outcome of our discovery process. So I will walk through this a little bit more in detail, but at a high level, what we're starting to see come out of the plan is I think there's like 6 or 7 planning objectives, which are kind of like benchmarks and criteria for us to strive for as a community. But these are recommendations. So what we want to do moving forward in our design phase is to confirm these with you and to make sure this does align with the community and your needs. Next slide. Revisit our project schedule. So to date, we've gone through our dream and discover phase. And we are recapping discovery today, and we're looking forward to next steps, which is entering our design phase in January of 2025. Slide. So the meat of our presentation today will be focused on our approach for discovery, which basically what we want to do is create a baseline of understanding of what's been done to date with your community, and then do our own analysis of your parks and recreation system. And with those two kind of lenses, pull those together and start to identify key items and opportunities that will be for discussion when we go into the design phase of the project. So hopefully this is familiar. This is our wheel that we had shown in our kickoff meeting with you. This is like, it's just a really nice snapshot of our planning process, aligned with our 6D approach. So to date, what we've done is research, the baseline information of what's been done to date for the community. We've done site evaluations as well as opportunity analysis for your parks and recreation system. And we've done inventory and analysis of your existing community facilities. And we've benchmarked that based on national standards and some comparable communities. Next slide. Okay, so creating a baseline. What we did is we went back to 2010, so that's about 14 years back in time.
Oh, boy.
And we pulled all of the efforts associated with parks and recreation. What I want you all to take away from this is that over the course of 14 years, every 2 years, there has been a plan or a study or an assessment on your parks and open space systems. And what that tells us as a team is there's a lot of momentum and energy around wanting to make improvement on the parks that we have in place. The caveat to that is there hasn't been a lot of action or outcomes as a result of those efforts. And so that tells us our number one objective for our 2025 plan is creating actionable items for all of the opportunities that we're going to identify in our process.
Are you able to discern, I've got my own opinions, but I'd like to know, since you're the independent party here, from reading the prior surveys and documents, why these weren't actionable or why these weren't picked up? I have my own thought, but I'd like to hear what you saw by way of reading this stuff.
Yeah, great question. I think one of the things that we had conversations on internally is a little bit of the bifurcation between management, ownership and funding between CCDD and FROA. There's two different kind of lenses in which you're assessing your property, managing the property, have funds available to improve that property. And at different, I think, periods of time, different groups, whether it's CROA or CCDD, have been on board to kind of make improvements, but they haven't been simultaneous and in alignment.
But I think all of these are CROA. CDD wasn't ever part of.
No, they were very early on where I actually was just transitioning off the CROA board. And they were talking about Pacific Corridor and they're working well together. And then it always seems to have one.
Oh, the CDD was in on it as well.
Yeah, so it didn't work. And it just goes back and forth, you know, it comes down to just a group. There has to be like one group in charge. It's not really any group in charge. It's just this is technically supposed to be for the residents.
Right.
And that was one of our objectives for the 2025 plan is creating a team that's dedicated and focused to your parks and recreation system, that's constantly championing it and on the same page. And that was one of our opportunities to kind of bridge the gap between the two different agencies. Next slide. So after reviewing all of this content, we compiled 3 categories of information that we kept seeing over and over again, that we thought, all right, we've got to carry this forward into our 2025 plan. We need to talk about it again, we need to assess it and create strategy around it. So the 3 categories are top priority projects, so this identifies specific parks. Then we have park enhancements, so again, it does talk about certain park improvements, but it gets into a little bit more detail on the types of enhancements wanting to be done. And then our 3rd tier is transformative projects. These are much bigger efforts, take a lot more buy-in from the community. It's not just going to a singular park and updating a single facility. It's like a whole new park or whole new facility. A great example of that is the community center. Next slide. So once we got a baseline of what's been kind of studied and the efforts to date, we then went and looked at your park systems. And so we just wanted to kind of quickly pull up the map that you currently have in place that identifies all of your parks. It also identifies a definition of what we call park classifications. So if you were to take all the parks that you have, they are classified or organized into a couple different categories. If you could flip to the next page, this is what you currently have in place. And so you have community parks, neighborhood parks. I think there are, it's kind of small to read at a distance, but I think that there's like some sort of regional or overarching community park systems too, but it's color coded, as you can see there. So what we did is we went and read your definitions of how are you defining these parks? How do you define a community park? Define a neighborhood park. What is the criteria associated with that so that we can go out and kind of compare 2 community parks side by side and say, yep, it's meeting the definition that you have in place. So on the next slide, what we did is we compiled your, can you put one more slide ahead too? Sorry, going ahead. Yeah. So what we did is we compiled on the far left of the screen celebrations, current definitions and criteria for regional park, community park, neighborhood park. We then went and looked at the national benchmark, which is on the far right side of the screen, and looked at their definitions and compared those, and then made an assessment as a team on what we would recommend for your 2025 kind of redefining your park system. The 2 things that I want to point out in that there are value. There are a list of park facilities, which again is criteria of what's included in a park. So if you're going to say something's a neighborhood park, what are the facilities you're providing? Is it restrooms? Is it a playground? Is it an open flexible play area? So we made that a much more robust list for your 2025 plan, which is to say, we want to elevate your parks. We want to provide more facilities within what you currently have, give people more reasons to come out and recreate. The second thing is when we looked at your neighborhood park definitions, it casts a really broad net. There's a variety of different parks that you can kind of tuck and nestle in under neighborhood park definitions. And we felt like that was way too broad because you've got a lot of parks that are actually quite passive in nature. It's a nice open area and maybe a bench to sit in. So we thought you needed a 4th classification for parkettes. So those are the 2 kind of big things that we did to kind of improve and set a plan moving forward. The value in this is it allows us to compare your parks apples to apples when we go out and do our in-person assessments. And it also allows us to identify the gaps. What are you currently missing from a facility perspective and experience perspective? And how can we be strategic around getting that put in place to meet the needs of the community?
So a question on the 2025 proposed, are those, it doesn't matter if it's Crow or CCD, these are just all,
That's right.
okay, thank you.
And I think
That's what I thought, but I just,
Yeah, I think that's across the board, the perspective we need to maintain is it's one community. So we need to talk about it holistically.
So it's really funny that you mention all this, because if you remember years ago, definition of a Crow park, it had a bench in it. And that's why I did a lot of swaps. So it had a bench on it, it went to Croa. If it didn't have a bench in it, it went to the CCD. That was like the scientific That's what it was.
Process. Very interesting, yeah, that could be something that we talked about in the design phase, is conversations around that kind of, again, bringing a single team in place to kind of manage and oversee the park system and provide ongoing recommendations. So next slide, what we did, taking the 2025 proposed definitions of parks, is we wanted to provide a lens that's a little bit more intuitive for your residents, to understand why we did that. So, the reason you have, not only do you have criteria that you want to kind of meet and uphold, but having those different park types allows you to assess how you're meeting daily, weekly, and monthly needs of your residents based on the facilities that are in those park systems. So these get further defined at kind of a visioning, community, public engagement, scale and level. And then next slide. What we did is we started to remap your park system based on those new definitions. And one of the things I want to point out on the map that you're seeing right now is there is no regional park provided within Celebration's boundary. And it's one thing that we're kind of interested in talking more about with you when we get into the design phase is there a potential opportunity to actually serve that for your community? Next slide, as of right now, a lot of residents for regional parks are having to go outside of the community. An example of that would be Shingles Creek, because we're defining a regional park as a kind of a large natural recreation area, and it's something that you might go monthly to. There's quite a list here of different park offerings that we're considering community and regional or higher, that we just wanted to kind of point out. Next slide.
Quick question. So in your assessment there, and you're looking at county assets, I assume you did not include any of the three schools that are in Celebration to the extent that we can use their park-like assets like baseball fields, a track, things like that. We don't have those agreements in place to do that, but I assume that was not part of your assessment.
That's correct, that was not part of the assignment.
It was part of the inventory. For the Celebration K to 8 fields.
Yeah, I have number 8 as the.
It's on the inventory. Yeah.
Next, so we then made sure that we looked at your opportunity parcels. As of right now, what we've done is we've just identified them. We had Keith and Franklin on our team go through and determine ownership, zoning, land use requirements that are currently in place, size of property, and what the usable area is, because sometimes you have a big piece of property, but there's wetlands in certain areas that you can't really develop and build on. So we made an assessment on what was usable upland land, and we kind of left it at that right now, because we know there's conversations ongoing with your board and you're doing your own kind of level of assessment, and we want to, in the next phase of our planning process, have more robust conversations around, what is actually going to come up for purchase, what are those processes like, and how do we start assigning opportunities within our park system to those pieces of property. Next slide. Okay, so from that point, we then said we've got to go out to parks. We've got to go visit them in person. We need to get a feel for them, quite literally. We need to experience what it's like to be out in Celebration recreating. So what we did is we visited a handful of parks over the course of a couple days. We focused in on community parks as well as neighborhood parks. The two neighborhood parks that we selected were because of their, they had more facility, higher level of finish in them, so we wanted to kind of experience that. Prior to going out in person, we created a scoring system so that we could evaluate all the parks through the same lens and perspective. The scores are ranked 1 through 5. 1 is a low score, 5 is a high score. And then in addition to the score that we provided it, we also created action items for those parks.
This should be.
So I'm going to show you one example on the next slide. So when you get your discovery summary document, you are going to see this layout for the parks that we visited. The park score and action items will be on the right side. The score, you have an overarching score, the commons received, I think, a 3.34, is that right? And then it's broken down a little further in terms of social, environmental, and economic, and this supports your core values as a community. And when you read the criteria, you get a little bit more background into what that actually means. And then action items identified, if it has a pink dot, it means we're recommending that that action needs to take place. Now, what that action is, what it looks like, how we get there is open for discussion when we meet in the design phase. And then we identified kind of high level opportunities and constraints. So what's kind of interesting about the commons from an opportunity standpoint is given the size of it, it serves both a neighborhood park, but also and the constraint associated with it is that it doesn't have enough facilities in it to actually be designated as that community park level. So it has to get through now, which means it's actually an opportunity, so we can kind of come in and determine what we want to put in place there. So in addition to the summary, next slide is a map. So every park has a map that communicates the boundaries of the park, connections. It identifies with the same color coding of the pink and the kind of blue-green, our opportunity constraints that we identified. And then the following page are pictures that we have on site, and those pictures also have the same color code of the pink and the blue.
Next one.
Yeah, if you go to the next slide, you should see pictures, perfect. So you get basically 3 slides of data associated with all of the parks that we went and visited. And the opportunities and constraints are really meant to be discussion points for when we come together as a group, we can start to have more in-depth conversations around these. Next slide. All right, so our next level of review is level of service. Now, level of service is defined through 3 different data-driven approaches to analyzing your park system. And the first one is access. So what this is saying is that for all the parks that you're providing, based on the category, who has access to them? Are they within walking distances, based on their definition? So for example, community and neighborhood park have different walking distances because they serve different daily, weekly needs. Then we look at acreage. So what that is determining is how much land you have available that you've dedicated to parks per population. And we can benchmark that with national standards as well as comparable communities. And then we assessed your facilities. So we counted all the facilities that you're providing. We determined how diverse those facilities are and analyze that based on the park types. So high level, I'm gonna say from an access standpoint, you guys are doing great. You're checking the box. You're meeting access requirements. On an acreage level, you're also checking that box. There's a few things that we can kind of tweak or adjust, but you're doing great. Facilities is where we actually want to dial in our conversation when we meet in the design phase and have conversations about what are your current gaps. So I'm gonna have you flip through the next slides a little quicker just to keep us moving along. But access level of service is a mapping exercise that we do. KPM Franklin supported us in this effort. So we mapped neighborhood parks based on how we define the walking area. And then we also mapped community parks on the next slide. So we use that kind of to analyze per village. Does every village get access to a neighborhood park? And is every village getting access to a community park? And that's what tells us you have equitable distribution. We also did a heat map to look at your population density associated with access. That's on the next slide. And I'm gonna go one more slide forward around access. I want to stop and pause here for a moment to say that based on our previous planning assessments, and what we heard from your residents on what they want a decentralized model of park system. And then when we went out and inventoried and visited your parks, we also said, yeah, this is a decentralized model. Every village is getting kind of the same access to a neighborhood and a community park. The gaps of what you're missing, like community center, or maybe a great pickleball complex, are more of a venues model approach to providing parks and recreation. So what we're recommending in your 2025 plan is a hybrid model of those two service deliveries, which is what you kind of see with the green and the pink colors on the screen. Just a diagrammatic way to kind of communicate how you're distributing your resources. Next slide. All right, so level of service from a facility standpoint is where we're saying we want to spend the bulk of our time when we meet in the design phase. I'm gonna walk you through it for a moment. We've looked at it through two lenses. There's indoor facilities and there's outdoor facilities. So we wrote down everything that's being provided within those two categories. Then we benchmark it based on the national standard. That is the dark green column to the far right of the screen. What that is telling you is at a national scale, you need to be providing that number of facility based on your population. So if it says 2, you need to be providing 2 of those items. The dark blue column is what Celebration is currently providing. So in some cases, you're meeting that national standard, in some cases, you're exceeding that, and in some cases, you're below that. The bright blue column is what we identified in previous planning efforts that either consultants prior to us or the board prior to us or community input has said, we want to see these things in Celebration. And then the bright green is what we've identified for the 2025 plan as opportunities for us to talk through that could be a part of your strategic planning effort. So there's a lot to talk and get into on this slide, but this is where we would spend the bulk of our effort in our design phase of our planning process. Next slide. Acreage. For the most part, I said you guys are kind of meeting that. There's a little bit of tweaks or adjustments. What we did is we pulled definitions from the NRPA, so national definitions for what you need to be providing from an acreage standpoint for population. We then pulled Osceola County's criteria that they have put in place, and then we assessed where Celebration stands in relationship to those. From a neighborhood park perspective, you guys check the box. You meet that requirement. From a community park standpoint, you do not meet the current requirement for Osceola County. For regional parks, you don't have any, so you are also not meeting that criteria. And then for recreational trails, based on Osceola County, you are meeting it, but based on the national benchmark, you are not meeting that. So there's an opportunity here to kind of talk about this and kind of dial in. We know we're restricted because we can't grow and expand and acquire more property, so we kind of have to figure out how to still meet this with the property we currently have. But yeah, we think there's opportunities here to improve on some of these areas.
And when you say, I'm sorry, when you're comparing us to Osceola County, is there an objective definition that they're putting out there of what their target is, or are you just comparing us to their current average?
I think this is their current standards that they have.
Yeah, they have a park plan, and I think that comes with standards, so that
Yes.
I would assume that came from that.
Well, and the reason I asked that, it's a loaded question, is Osceola, in my opinion, is way behind in their parks amenities as well. That they just compare, I mean, they don't have any community center type of things. They've got one set of baseball fields. So when we're comparing, I'm just trying to figure out, are we comparing to their average of what they have per residence or per square mile? Or are we comparing to what they should have?
This is what they aspire to be based on their population.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I think it's up to the community Celebration to say, yeah, we wanna meet the same level of aspiration, or we wanna exceed that with the national standard.
And the national standard is what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at.
And I love to hear you say that, because that's one of our potential plan objectives, is to set the objective really high for celebration, to say we want to be accredited through NRPA, we want to be gold standard. That gives us criteria to then meet and work toward.
Can you,
Next slide.
can you
Yeah.
expand on that a little bit so that
Oh.
I can try to catch the wording that accredited by NRPA? Can you tell me what that means?
Yeah, so NRPA is the National Recreation Park Association, and they provide an accreditation process for your parks and recreation system. So you can get accredited through them, you can get a gold standard, I think it's like bronze, silver, gold standard accreditation level.
Tell me what that does for us, though. I mean, I'm looking at, our overall goal here is improving homeowner
Okay.
values. Does that somehow translate into realtors and home price sale? I mean, how does that actually make a difference for our residents?
I'm sure there's a correlation.
It does.
Makes you want to
yeah.
sell homes here more. People want to be here.
There's more recreation space.
For sure, but I've never heard of this before, so I'm not sure. Hey, we get a gold
Or have
standard on
I.
something. How does that get conveyed?
One of the things I probably will say as a response to that is, it helps you to understand how to be competitive in the market. Because across the entire nation actually, but you can dial in on a region, how other communities adjacent to you are performing.
And look, I'll be granular and say it becomes a talking point for a realtor whenever somebody comes here. Just like if you were looking at an office building and they go, oh, this is LEED certified. Oh, okay, well, that justifies the price you're asking for it now. Just like you come in here like, well, why is this 20% more than the house, down the road? Well, we have this accreditation. That's why.
And it's also a benchmark to look to aspire to. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't necessarily have to be a gold certified NRPA, but it certainly is and we looked at a community, so Hannah will cover it. We looked at a community, a city that meets the gold standard, and you can see, the elements and the things and the programs that they do to, aspire to that. So, it's a benchmark.
Looking at our shortfalls and our abilities to finance and land use and stuff like that, what standard can we expect to achieve? Because I don't think we'll ever get to a gold standard.
Our constraints.
Yeah. So where do you think we could be?
I think we need to assess what the gold standard requirements are, all the criteria associated with it,
Okay.
to determine if that's something we can achieve. From what I'm seeing, I think based on the dialing in here for your acreage, and the facility gaps, I think it's something that's achievable.
I'm
I-
sorry, you faded out. You said you think we can or cannot.
It can,
Ken?
Thank you.
yeah.
Without
She's very
knowing the
optimistic.
financial
Yes.
aspect.
Well,
Because when you put that in, you're not gonna hit it.
Well, if you start off with your constraints and buildable or developable area, that palette, that is the
Bless
first
you.
gate you have to go through in order to determine whether it's feasible or not. We'll get to the money part, it's an important part, but it's later. We have to figure out if it's feasible first.
All right, next slide. So as part of the level of service from an acreage perspective, we also compared you to comparable communities in the area. Like Starkey Ranch, Baldwin Park, Lake Nona, Winter Park. And then we identified Coleman, Alabama, as a park or community that we wanted to study. That is a gold standard in our PA. So this data gets, there's a lot that goes into this data, and it's hard to kind of cover it in a presentation level, and there's multiple slides that build into this. But we wanted to kind of give you a snapshot of how we start to analyze based on unit count, population. We use those two numbers to inform us, based on the kind of number of parks they're providing at a regional community neighborhood level. We also looked at trails, miles of trails provided. Next slide.
And I'm sorry, just go back one for a second. I
Yeah.
assume the basis for picking some of these other areas are clearly geography is one factor. I'm assuming it's socioeconomic and demographics of the community and other things? I want to confirm why you picked these other 5.
Yeah, one reason is population. We need to pick communities that are similar sized to be able to kind of compare them as a apples to apples perspective. We also, they have similar demographics. Some of them have similar land constraints as well, with a lot of wetland property, and they can't expand and grow, and we have to figure out how to still provide a high level parks system. Next slide. With all the comparable communities, when you get your package, there's a lot more that went into this, but just to kind of high level summarize it for you all. We did kind of key takeaways for each of the communities and why it was valuable to assess them and what things that we can learn and adapt to celebration. So there's little summaries here for us all to read and kind of take away, but there's more in-depth information in the full document. Next slide. So key findings from all of that research that we did. We talked about the service delivery model, creating a hybridization of that. We talked about redefining your park classification and types, which helps us then to reevaluate the core facilities and amenities that are being provided at a park by park level. We talked about identifying areas for improvement because we went out on site, we visited a handful of parks, and we were able to kind of identify at a high level what we thought we could approach first, and that also included town hall and community center. We identified trails and greenways, which I know I didn't speak a ton about, but it was something that came up a lot in your previous planning studies, people wanting more of that from a recreation standpoint, and how can we provide more connectivity within the existing fabric of celebration, and then creating a welcome and accessible park system. One of the things we noticed when we were out on site is it wasn't as friendly and welcoming as people who, you know, are kind of new or new to the area in terms of like getting familiar and accessing things. There's a lot of signage in place that talks about this is for our, you know, our residents only, you need card access if you're gonna come visit here. So we kind of noticed a certain tone associated with just the friendliness and the openness of your parks, and we felt like it would be really great for that to be a little bit more welcoming as part of kind of a branding exercise for your park system process. Next slide. So LRK, their discovery effort was to look at town hall as well as the community center. So for town hall, there's a few pages in your document that you're gonna get where they went and assessed it. They looked at it from a kind of high level planning exercise, but then they also looked at what's provided internal, the different sizing that's currently, all the different rooms and square footages being provided, and have key summaries and takeaways associated with town hall. Next slide. Doing a distance. Part of that effort, what they did is they looked at the 2024 strategic plan. I think that was put out by the PROA and Impact Group. So they made sure to read that and their assessment of town hall and kind of align some of the key comments and input with their review. So you'll see kind of that kind of coming together. And then next slide is our community center. So there's quite a bit of content here. I'm excited for you all to look through this. There were a handful of community centers evaluated. Some of them align with the communities that we compared. So like Baldwin Park is one, but then there were some other outliers and a couple more exciting ones in Texas, which I'm kind of eager to get reactions on from everybody on the board. They identified key findings from those assessments, and if you go to a couple slides moving forward, the two that they highlighted that I thought was kind of interesting is Pecan Square. This is in Texas. They actually created a multi-building community center within a 1-block piece of property. So if you flip to the next page, I think it illustrates it a little better. There you go. So their community center has 3 separate buildings. The first one is their, I think it's called Jackson Hall. So what they did is they created a floor plan for Jackson Hall. They identified all of the different interior program as well as exterior programs. So this one's in relationship to the pool, offices, gym, kind of indoor fitness center. Next slide is the, well, I'm sorry, reading a distance, the greenhouse, I think. So this is a second freestanding building. It's 2 stories and it's a co-working venue. Office space for people who have kind of memberships to it, and that's a really great way to kind of generate revenue for your park system. Just something we want to talk more about and look for opportunities around. And then the next slide is your third building, which is the arena. And this is a large multi-purpose, multi-use building that they actually can flip. To, as you can kind of see in one of the images, they can put pickleball courts in that and run that for a season. Then they can kind of come in and flip it and make it a venue that somebody could rent out for a concert or a wedding. So there's multiple different kind of revenue generating uses they use that arena structure for. Next slide, just a couple other ancillary venue-based parks that are provided within Pecan Square. I won't get into too much more detail on them. And then the Harvest is another one that we thought was really valuable and interesting way to deliver a community center. I'll let you just kind of flip through the pages on that. Again, they're leveraging multi-structures, multiple buildings on site to provide different uses and to provide revenue generating income for your parks recreation system. Yep, you can flip to 3 when we're pressed on time. Okay, so I'm gonna end the presentation with next steps, open discussion for the team. To date, the package that you're gonna get, it's a data-driven approach package. We made sure that, we went through with our assessment to look at your parks and open space system and try to start to set benchmarks and criteria and standardizations around that. When we went out on site and did inventory and analysis of your parks, we made sure we did that through criteria, evaluation forms. We were doing that as equally as we could from park to park to park. And then when we did level of service, that also is a heavy data-driven approach to assess how you're performing based on the county requirements and the national benchmarks. What we're working toward is now taking that data and driving strategic plan when we go into the design phase, so that we can design our park system plan with that data. Next slide. So this is a repeat of the slide that I had at the very beginning where I said an outcome of our discovery process was we identified guiding principles. We started to identify plan goals and plan objectives. This slide just goes into more detail on how we're starting to define those things. Again, this is something that is conversational, needs to be discussed when we go into the design phase of our planning process, but we're hoping that, this is a really good roadmap moving forward for us to work toward. Next slide. So we'll kind of end, I think, with this, with our 60 approach and our planning process. Once you've had time to look at the discovery, the document, which is quite robust, what we will be looking to ask of you is to go into the next step, which is design. And so that would be another work order that you would have to review and approve the finances around that.
What about community engagement?
That would have to be a part of the next work order. Yep. So work order 3 under Discover did not release us for item 6. That was taken out of the scope. I also want to remind everyone that the financial aspect of it was also taken out of the scope and put in Mark's hands, and they're starting to compile that information to review and look at. So that would be something we need to have conversations around when we get into the design phase, is taking a little bit more in-depth analysis.
When you say
of
the
that.
financial aspect, as far as our ability to, if we were to do a bond or something. as far
Yeah,
as-
it's very simple. I mean, there's
Yeah.
only two options.
Are there? What do you mean by?
Well, there's bonds and then there's private. That's really
The only.
The HOA, it depends who does it. If
Yeah.
COA does it, they would issue bonds. I mean, they would take a loan.
Yeah,
and
but-
Right.
issue bonds. If we issue bonds or take loans.
We would- yeah.
Those would be our two.
Who is looking universally for federal grants, state programs, county initiatives, foundations, planning societies? I think there is 10 times more than just two options. How are we going to tap all of
You
them?
want to answer that?
I'll let you. I mean, I'm not aware of any
Yeah,
federal funding for recreational facilities.
And
Yes,
demographically,
I'm not-
would we be the community to get it anyway if there was?
Yeah.
Right.
That's,
regardless, yes,
Regardless.
we can look into everything. But as a CDD, I mean, I will tell you, we've done this a billion times and those types of funding typically, not always, there may be something out there, but typically is not available.
We tried several years ago to get funding from the county and actually worked quite a bit with ball fields, trying to put a community center and the county funded, and we had some thoughts, but they backed out.
yeah.
But yeah, we can go down all those paths, but yeah.
I mean,
All right, I just
we could
wanna-
reinvestigate again.
Right, and
but-
it has to be asked.
Yeah, I don't want that off the table.
No,
Okay.
nothing's off the table.
So question, just as I'm reading through the slides, and I understand this is a summary, you weren't gonna go through everything, but you do already have the work product ready to send to us. So like in the beginning one where you analyzed the commons area up in North Village, but you tagged that there were 30 other areas or 40 other areas. You've already done those 30 or 40 other areas that you're gonna be sending us, correct, as part of this first tranche?
Yeah, so the discovery summary document was provided to Dave, Brenda and Angel. I think
It's
in our
it's in the agenda.
November.
Well, there's
It's not the
the,
updated one.
that's the executive summary. The original is 116 pages. That we all got. That
Right,
was,
so that's the summary, you have the
right, that is,
complete one.
that's complete, right?
All right, so
So we,
I'm looking at the agenda in our board agenda, not the emails that Brenda sent out here, part of the slides. And there's opportunity parcels, site evaluations. I'm looking at agenda page 67, 68, 69. So that was 3 pages of just the commons where an analysis was done of, hey, here are the improvements and opportunities and constraints and things like that they're recommending. I would assume as part of this first tranche package of what we already paid for, we would have that same analysis for all the parks within town.
I think for the contract, it was not every single park. There were parks defined within the work order that we were released to go and do that level of assessment on.
So we only released them to do one park.
No.
No.
More than one part.
If Brandon, if you're able to maybe flip back. There were, from memory, I think there were 2 community parks and maybe like 10.
Ava,
neighborhood
I mean,
parks.
Ava, my daughter. Brenda, can you pull up the work order? I think it's work order 3. Work order 3 and what was delineated in work order 3 that the board approved?
Yes, I can, but if my screen shares, that's why. So yes, I'll pull
Oh,
it.
that's okay.
Okay.
And the reason I'm asking, I mean, I was thinking we were going to get the same level of analysis that I'm seeing on pages
Right
67
here.
and 69. for
Sites
all parks.
evaluation. Parks visited.
Yeah, there's a list in the materials of which parks they visited.
Yeah, and
The
that's
community
based on
parks, the
work order.
neighborhood parks, civic
Yeah, you've
corridor,
got
lakeside
Civic
commons.
Corridor, Long Meadow, Artisan, there, in the final document, there's more than one, Island Village,
Yeah, and
East Crescent,
There's 8.
Spring Lake.
But again,
There's 10.
that was voted on by the board.
yeah, that's in the materials today too.
And that's what I want to get. As I understand, this is a summary that we're getting briefed. Hey, we just picked one as a sample, but we
Yes.
will be getting a document sometime in the next week or 2 that has all these other parks that were approved.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, that exists.
Yeah, it exists already. Dave's been going through it and providing us some comments and red lines.
Once it's final, then I can send it out to the board.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
My other question is, how much do you see of changing requirements as far as when you talk comparable community standards? And I'll pick on pickleball as an example. 7 or 8 years ago, I never heard of it. All of a sudden it's the next, it's the white sliced bread.
America.
How often do you see new things like that come up and I'm trying to figure out in our analysis, are you reserving back some space or keeping some of the space at least flexible that, hey, we're going to anticipate 10 years from now, there's going to be a new thing that's going to be the hot thing that we're going to need to address? Or are you looking, is your analysis, hey, just filling it based on what's there today? How's your approach on future requirements?
I will first say it's open for discussion when we go into the design phase. I think it's really important as the consulting team that we don't say it goes here and there, and this is what you need. It has to be a dialogue and a conversation with the and then second to that is what I'll say is that I think first and foremost, we need to remove the current gaps that you have in place to kind of bring you up to speed and up the par and at a competitive level with new plan communities that are getting built. So it's based on kind of that list of what we all agreed on are the facilities that we need to include to bring you up, fill in the gaps. And then once we get those in place, what do you have available? What's your open environment? It's kind of hard to say off the bat what that is. It's more of a design process that we've got to go through that's iterative. We've got to look at what you have open with your opportunity parcels, the parts that you have, what you can improve. Are you gonna take something out to replace something, or are you adding something?
You can only fit
there's
so much.
nuance,
That's
but
right.
you can only fit so much.
So there could be something really popular today. If that changes, then we swap that out or whatever it is.
Yeah, the one question I had looking, some of these, you note that it was HOA or private. It would be helpful to, in the final, to be able to specify what is there, what's private.
That's a huge
and, you know, what is
difference.
private HOA, what is open to the public, because that's a big difference on what kind of revenue you can generate and how you can use the facilities.
Right.
That would be very helpful.
Okay.
Limited
Any other
use
questions?
versus open. Mhm.
So. that makes
Thank
sense.
you.
Thank you, Courage.
Yeah, I was looking forward to getting the final bunch. Thank you.
The 160 pages.
Well, I think that's
Back in the day.
something that could be on the SharePoint site that we
Yeah.
could access.
And back in the
That's-
day,
I-
HOAs
Yes,
did
I can
everything.
get that,
Yeah.
Over the last
Yeah, we'll
10
get
years,
that.
they're just starting to get where
yes,
CDDs are.
there's a, I was gonna say it's an iterative process.
Yeah, the red lines incorporated and then
They
update,
have some
upload, and then,
Yep.
yeah.
It's
So
been
Yeah.
across.
That's
They're
what I
really
said.
good at CDD.
consumption.
So, I mean, if I was to summarize it, it's just saying, all right, you guys are gonna do the research, here's the gaps, and here's some possibilities and some examples of how to meet those gaps if you already see it. And then I think that's where the community engagement goes in, and you show
That's what
them,
I'm talking
hey,
about.
Yes.
here's what other places
Hey, Joe,
look
can
like.
you mute your mic? I'm sorry, I'm getting feedback from you with Dave trying to talk as well.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so just a summary on that, we're at the gap identification, we're gonna get them to show us some possibilities of how those gaps can be filled or even, exceeded. And that's the community engagement piece where you actually show people, hey, this is some ideas, here's where we're short, here's some ideas, what do you think? Right, and then it's also given the opportunity for open-ended things to consider, to consider things that you might not have come up with yet. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks for your time.
thanks for your endurance.
Yes, yes.
You're not gonna stay for the rest?
I don't want to take the rest. Okay, so,
Intermission. Is this intermission?
no, it's not.
No.
Where's the popcorn?
Let's go.
Seven V,
Move to approve.
resolution 2506.
It's just, yeah, ratification.
Move to approve.
Yep, I'll second that.
And all.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Okay,
Someone is tired. This
yes,
is-
I am
Well, that's too bad. You signed up for this. So,
so tired.
so we've done C.
Yep.
D, tree replacement list.
Yep.
The infamous tree replacement list.
Carrie?
That's been a wrong person.
Russ?
Russ.
$100,000 worth of trees.
Yep.
Thanks, Jen.
Well, y'all need to give them some color and
Yeah, we need,
context.
we need
Is
a
this something
background.
y'all
on
are
this.
asking to, is it
Yeah,
the
I think
whole
we're gonna
community? Is it?
Asking to, get a work order and get it signed and Let them get started on it.
Right, but is it for the whole community? Is it only a section of the community?
It's
Is
for
it
the
storm
whole
trees?
community, Storm trees.
Whole community, the trees that were down by the storm? Okay,
So, Russ, we're replacing like trees?
Yeah, we have to.
Well, I mean, I thought you said some of the elms before were not good choices.
We've been using different types of elms. We don't use Drake elms anymore.
Okay, all right.
And are these reimbursable under the FEMA piece?
no,
Okay. And these are, I'm sorry, these are just things that were taken down by the storm.
Yes.
And sycamores is that's something we want.
I don't know, was there any, I don't think there was any sycamores on the list.
Yeah, there are.
6 of them.
Yeah,
Six.
Water Street.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got, well, there's
Right.
sycamores on Water Street. That's
Well,
right.
that's all that's there.
Yeah.
Starling.
Well, so is this list replacing exact like for like, or are there any changes?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
Okay.
Are you recommending,
But-
are you recommending any changes of tree type based on the trees that we have and some of the challenges we have with them?
Like Spring Park Loop.
Hmm?
Spring Park Loop, those trees that go down.
Well,
that
that's-
wasn't
that-
like for like.
Those are the old Drake
Yeah,
elms.
most of those.
Yeah, that was great. We're not putting those back.
Right.
Good.
Put the elms back, but not back.
yeah,
to
other
life.
than that, I mean, the trees that have sycamore or the streets that have sycamores, I think if you try and go in there with something else, it's gonna change that whole.
Well, I think before we
Street.
talked about sycamore's relationship to the sidewalks and trim and roots and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, like Waterside Drive, when we go to do that, we're gonna have probably remove the trees.
Yeah.
As simple as that.
Now you're starting over for another
Streets,
20
yeah.
years.
Excuse me.
And there was one that's no replacement. I think I asked this before, but that's.
Yeah, they were planted too close together, remember we looked at
Yeah,
that?
there's
Yeah.
like, there's like 2 or 3 trees that
Golf park.
no, but no, Spring Park Loop.
You're from Spring Park
It
Loop.
looks like they got the developer to plant the trees perfectly between the entrance to their
Of their
doorway.
house, yeah.
And it's weight, it can't hold 2 trees. One of them is overpowering the other one where they grow.
Okay.
You can see it, so that's why those trees were eliminated, because they should never have been
And
planted.
there's an odd gap between. them.
It's very odd.
All right.
So I
We're
guess,
discussing here.
so are we, yeah, what is the proposal here?
He's wanting the approval to move forward with these
So what's
trees.
the dollar amount?
Plus 3 more oak trees that we didn't have time to get on there. today.
So the total is basically 105,000 plus 3 more trees.
Okay, and the timetable for this, what are we looking at?
We discussed it, what?
I know, but I want the board to.
The
Yeah,
board to-
starting in,
March, I think, we said spring.
I think before that, as far as the removal of the root balls,
So when are we looking at removal, but
I'm thinking in
in
January.
January?
And then
it'll
re-
spill over.
Possibly starting to plant in February, March.
Okay.
When some of the trees get leaves on them and all that stuff.
Okay,
so removal in January and then starting to plant February, March.
Yeah.
and this is coming out of what account?
It would be reserves.
Disaster.
It would be reserves.
That's right.
And I assume that we will be following our own board policy that we will be installing root barriers?
No.
Why not?
Why not?
We're gonna increase it probably about another $40,000.
Yeah,
Some of these trees are massive and it's,
Well, you're pulling the root ball out, right?
no, we're not pulling it out, we're stump grinding most of them.
Well, how do we not do that?
Okay, but we make the developer, when they put a new tree. put
yeah, if we're
in-
not removing all of the stunt, if we're just grinding them, then
So for some of these trees, if you're gonna put a root barrier in, okay? You're gonna have to get heavy machinery and tear up,
I think that was the issue.
that you'd have to tear up.
you
the
do,
layer, the
you have to
roots are-
just tear up
Yeah,
everything.
so if 40,000, I think is very low.
Probably.
You would have to go ahead and tear up all that underneath to put that root barrier in.
And that's
and it
what
would take a long
Madame's
time.
issue was. It was very expensive for them to do it.
Well,
Are we not gonna have to do that anyway? If we're gonna plant new trees, I mean, are we not gonna have
After
to
the
pull out those
fact,
roots?
they didn't do it to some. In the beginning, no, you're right. It's not, because there's not a whole lot of
So
work
the
there.
trees aren't planted exactly in the same spot. They're
Mhm.
moved at a different spot where the tree is
Correct.
planted.
Yes.
So there's less roots, but you still have some pretty big roots.
Mhm.
So, you know,
But those
so
are the old dead roots.
Yes,
Mhm,
Residual routes.
the residual routes,
Correct.
correct.
they
If
go.
we're gonna do that,
Here.
then we're gonna have to get estimates on each of those locations.
Oh, yeah,
Because
If you want root
it's gonna be
barrier.
it's gonna be expensive.
correct.
I mean,
Yeah, but if we don't do it, we're backward, and I mean, I know it's 20 years down the road.
20, 30 years, something, yeah.
So
Yeah, for
we're
sure.
looking at sidewalks pop.
And
Well,
you're still gonna have
eventually-
sidewalks
you're
popping with
still gonna
root
have that.
barriers. You're still gonna have it.
Would the last another 10 years? Maybe.
Go ahead. Come on.
The last, I think you could put a big root barrier, put a root barrier next to a oak tree, and I think in 50 years, it's just gonna push that root barrier into the sidewalk, but I think it does get you. some
It
additional-
gains you some time, for
So
sure.
the, for sycamores, for example, when they planted the sycamores in the downtown area.
Mhm.
They use these really huge root barriers. Of course, now we see the roots are coming up and popping up, but
Right.
it does extend the time
Mhm.
when you do that. But it's a cost,
Right.
and we don't have the cost here to go ahead and vote on that.
I mean,
No.
I would particularly for the harder wood trees, and I don't know exactly which ones I'm talking about, but I'll trust staff with that. The ones that are causing the problems, I would like to see the cost for root barriers. If we're gonna do this, I would like to do this correctly.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but just know that that will extend the time and the cost.
That's
So
fine.
we won't,
I'm fine to
With
approve the
direction.
trees as they are and get that going if that's gonna take some acquisition time to go buy these things and everything else. But yes, in the meantime, I would like to see the cost for what it is to do root barriers on the.
So we'd have to look up on with the corner of Greenbrier and.
Who's doing this?
We did,
United?
They did root barrier on one of the,
On the west side of Greenbrier or the? Over by the school?
yeah.
Why wouldn't we just have United provide
Well, we
root
already had a company
barriers?
come out here and do that. It was like $2,500 for one root barrier for one tree.
For one?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's see what United does. If they're out there doing it, we might as well just have it all. Unless it's hugely beneficial to have
well,
a
and I
third
think
company.
for what Greg is saying, it might not be all the trees, but it could be like, okay, we've got these trees that are problematic.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at crepe myrtles on here. There's some crepe myrtles, right?
Those
Or are we replacing? Oh, we're replacing.
Russ is a 2-inch ditch witch, is that capable? It's not even gonna touch it, it'll break the machine before they days over.
Oh, yeah. The crepe myrtles aren't gonna need them.
Our big old backhoe.
All right, so,
Well, we can
Okay.
approve this and then get a quote for root barriers.
all right,
Sure.
so motion to approve, was it 140?
104.
104,000.
Motion.
That adds 3 other.
Oh, Greg.
Plus adding 3
And
additional.
3 trees.
And 3 trees.
Of 7.
Greg, just make the motion.
Yep.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So 105,000 plus 3 trees, and then we will get pricing on root barriers.
Yes.
Okay.
And let's have a list on like the type of tree and location, stuff like that, you know,
For the root barriers?
for the one,
Yeah.
yeah, for the one, we're not doing all, but the ones we're recommending.
Okay.
The oaks, the maples and the sycamores probably all need them.
Yes, I don't think you would need it on
Elms,
the,
creepes, evergreens,
okay.
Great.
Next up, request for sign removals,
This
Oh,
was
joy.
Mr. Hume.
How many signs are you talking about?
3,000.
But those are the cute signs.
No, which signs, because we see.
It's all the signs, they're all on green poles. However, there are signs like the blue P that says like this.
Sign for us too.
They're all
On the agenda.
Parking
I
signs.
see pictures of them, but I don't know what the number of signs you're pulling.
So maybe give a background.
There's a
Well,
lot.
this is the first shot at
Mhm.
looking at our signage in town. And the CDD per the PD, which has the sign guidelines in it, has the ability to amend the sign guidelines in such way that to add or remove signage.
Okay.
And since the sign guidelines were for certain things and most of it is, aesthetically and things like that, people get different opinions on what signs are good and what signs are bad, but what I want to start off with are ones that are superfluous, and if it's saying something and we never intend to enforce it, it's another type of sign that I'm just think is.
Yeah, I'm looking at one about skateboarding and stuff that's on our street light or our street light poles. I mean,
Are-
we're not enforcing
Wait a
that.
minute,
Yes,
is
I-
that, where is that one located?
Yeah.
Downtown, it looks
So
like.
there's
That's on the left.
blue P signs, there's the Nev parking signs. There's the no skateboarding sign, and the ones I've got here, I've verified are on CDD property first off. Because there are some signs that are on Lexington property that are
Right.
not.
Yeah.
That are look similar to this.
So. Number one, some of the signs are being maintained, right? Some of them are dirty and stuff like that, but the other thing too is. Some of the signs have outlived their usefulness, so like electric vehicle parking. It actually means, they're actually talking about NEVs, they're not talking about electric vehicles, right? That's what they were originally designed for. And legally, for the county, any car can park there.
Correct.
Not just NEVs. I also want to point out that some of these signs were voted on by previous CCD boards, like the parking sign and the
Why do
1 hour
you-
parking.
Why do you need another sign showing you where Celebration Hotel is? Like,
I,
you know where
well,
that-
that was early on, but there is that avenue where there literally, I think is 8 or 9 signs.
Mhm.
Don't park here, park from here to here, here's the hotel here. Nobody is reading those signs because that just is just. You know, there was 1 or 2 signs, maybe. So I, you know, so I don't disagree with that. I think we just need to be,
Judicious.
yeah.
Like maybe the electric vehicle ones for now.
Oh, yeah, I like the much.
Well,
Just pull them, nobody paid attention.
Certainly say any of the signs.
They're a smaller spot, aren't they? A smaller spot than a typical.
Some of them are, yeah.
some are the
painted
normal
smart.
size.
Well, you got the
What is
painting
that
on the
sign?
ground.
So the parking 1 hour sign initially was
Is that what
intended
that
for
says,
people
parking 1
to
hour?
move their vehicles.
Reserved.
It was determined earlier, it's
Reserved.
unenforceable.
10-minute parking.
They're unenforceable.
Pull it.
What is
What
reserved
is-
10-minute parking? Who's enforcing that?
Nobody.
Post office, right?
That
Yeah,
was,
it's outside the post office.
remember, that used to not be a parking area, and there was, before Jack and I came on the board in 2018 or 2019, there were complaints that there wasn't enough parking around the post office, so that whole area in the square, there was a no parking area, so then they changed it to allow parking, but it was intended to be short-term parking.
Gotcha. That makes
Okay, yeah,
sense.
it does make sense.
I mean,
So-
overall, I would say, Dave, I 100% agree with the signs that look like they're 20 years old and need to get replaced because they're banged up or whatever.
I'm not saying replace.
He's saying vamonos.
Remove-
So there's that one sign near Starbucks where it says overnight parking for residents only 10 PM to 6 AM. Unenforceable.
Well, I don't know that I'd support removing all the signs just because they're unenforceable. I mean, I agree with you that we need to, and I have a separate note on where's the sheriff's department on enforcing parking issues, you know, whether that's a
Well,
sign.
wait a minute, wait a minute, so
Yeah.
number one, these aren't technically legal signs to be enforceable.
Mhm.
Yeah,
The
they're not.
sheriff's
They have-
department would never go ahead and support these because they're not
Mhm.
legal signs.
Do they? have-
Yeah.
And I agree with you.
I
I'm
No.
trying to bring up the point, if we agree that there is a parking problem, which I think there is, an enforcement, people on the wrong side of the street, people parking too close to the intersection, whether they need the right signs or the signage is fine and they just need to go get enforced. I still would like to see that stuff being handled and towing and whatever else the sheriff's department should be doing.
Yeah, but I don't
None of
understand
these
how-
signs though are legal, the
But
ones that are out there.
How
You
does
can't tell them though.
the 1 hour
Mm-mm.
sign, or you can only park here from here to here? That has nothing to do with whether people are like parking too close to the curb or anything else.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? They're just, they put them up thinking, well, they'll be a deterrent to people maybe parking overnight and stuff. It's unenforceable. It was wishful thinking, in my opinion.
Full disclosure to Jack's point is that in the signage guidelines, it does say that there'll be NEV reserved spots. But it also says the CDD can unilaterally
Reserves
change
the right,
the
yeah.
sign guidelines. They're no longer necessary.
Do we feel a need to remove the NEV assigned spots? I don't own a NEV, so I don't care.
You know, years ago, when you used to have the movie theater, it was kind of convenient to have it, but there's really no parking downtown, worry about it. They just pull
And the other thing, if you want the county or the sheriff's department to enforce any of this stuff, then we replace these signs with legal signs and then they can enforce it. But right now, they wouldn't enforce that anyway because they're not legal signs.
Are the reserved 10-minute parking limit, are those legal signs?
No,
So why,
none
Those
of these
were done-
signs that
those
he
were
has
done in
in here
conjunction with the
are
county.
legal.
I mean, that was done with a specific discussion with the county though.
no,
I
don't
don't know.
disagree with it, but why would we put signs that are not enforceable though?
Because they were intended to be a deterrent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a politely asked.
It's an unenforceable decision.
CDD,
Yeah.
it's at one point did, I'm just.
But if the county
Revisiting
put
that
those,
decision.
if the county,
They said they probably wouldn't object.
oh,
They said they
oh,
wouldn't
so the
object,
county
just-
didn't do it.
No.
The
No.
district did
No,
it.
the district-
Okay,
None of these have the sticker on the back, like a stop sign or a speed limit yield sign or anything like
Yeah.
that. Or the crosswalk signs that have stickers on it, that's a different discussion.
So that's why I asked the question, guys. What's our objective here? Is our objective just to get rid of signs because we don't like a lot of signs around that aren't enforceable? Or is our objective really to the best we can, try to better enforce and clean these up to the signs that we think need to stay? I mean, if we want to get rid of NEVs, we get rid of NEVs, but like the
So
one on Savannah Square, I think we need.
By getting rid of some of these signs.
So some of these signs are put in way before any of us, except for Jack, moved here. You've lived here longer than I have.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, well, that was a fair statement. I'm not knocking you, Jack. Jeez.
So I guess you're already.
But the thing is, like resident parking on campus, resident parking only, that was put in years ago. Right? So some of these things have outlived their usefulness.
So the proliferation of signs we have.
It's-
Tom, I will tell you, if we take out, and I'm not saying I agree or disagree, if you take out the resident parking only signs on Campus Street, even though they're not enforceable, I am telling you, the people in those townhouses will flood our next meeting. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. What problem are we trying to solve here?
So number one, 98% of the people that park there are resident only. Right?
Yeah, but everybody else.
I park in them when I go down there, cause you can't
But-
find
but-
parking.
But technically, let me ask this though.
I haven't even noticed you.
These are public streets, right?
Yes,
You need
And
it.
anyone can park anywhere, right?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, then. That's that'd be my point. I mean, I get it. You want private parking. You don't have private parking
No,
in Celebration.
yeah, they can't get treated any differently than anybody else.
And we're not, and nobody's
I know who would
enforcing
complain.
any of that.
No one
And no
can.
one's enforcing it.
You
no.
can't. It's not a legal sign. It's unenforceable.
I-
So you got a fake sign there.
I just don't know what problem we're solving. Is somebody complaining about them being there?
I
No.
am.
David's saying that there's too many signs. in
Have you
town.
seen the signs behind me?
No.
Well, those I will agree with 100%. Those look,
There are a
That-
lot of signs in
That
Celebration.
goes into another
Because,
discussion.
and I will give you this too, and this is, I don't wanna name drop per se, but, Matt Kelly, who was, I am.
I don't want to name
Yeah.
drop, but I'm gonna do it.
But because I have it, he's the sort of the reference to that when they were doing the original planning of town, if you notice, all of these are subdued signs, and the idea was to maintain all the site corridors as you're going down the street and eliminate sign. And that's why they had the signed islands to begin with, and so that has, the one thing when I touched base with him recently was that he was bemoaning the fact that now there's signs everywhere.
I mean, if you look on what page 105. Okay, this is comical. It's not whether it's right or wrong, Greg, or anything. It is hilarious. Where it says Celebration Hotel, and
Mhm.
connect to it says no parking. And
Yes.
and I'm not saying get rid of the speed limit, but then you got a sign there. Now, if you look further down, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you got the stop sign. So it's like, oh my gosh, I mean, it's almost like a yard sale is what it looks like.
Yeah.
So this
There's
is
just
the-
too many
That's
signs.
the first salvo of beautification, we'll put it that way.
Alright.
Now, there's no plan to go ahead and do it. This is the discussion item. But I think this is something where. I think at some point we gotta figure out these signs have. Passed their life. It's not. It's not doing what was intended, or there isn't any reason. for it.
When do you want it back on the agenda?
Well, listen, I am ready at any time to put this up for a vote to eliminate all of them.
Okay,
I can do that now. I
you
that
can do
next
it
month.
anytime you want.
I don't disagree that I think the community should. I agree with Greg, there's gonna be some, why are you doing that? But the reality is that we actually have signs, and I think the one you're talking about on campus. What makes them special compared to all the other residents maybe surrounding the school? Right? There is no special, and the sign's unenforceable.
Right.
So I'm just
So-
wondering,
Again, do you want to make a motion or do you want it back on the agenda?
You could do like you did the RFP, you know, you could pick out a couple of signs like the blue one I don't want, but you know, just overlay it and say, well, these are going and these couple are staying. Another place that is ungodly with signs is at the high school down on the boulevard.
Yeah,
There's probably
terrible.
25 signs right there within the two roundabouts.
it's on our
Yeah.
property.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all on our.
Like I said, this is one salvo. We could do
Right.
this every meeting for the
And-
next year.
And
With a
get
whole
different
different-
chunks,
Yeah.
yeah.
So do we, go ahead.
I was gonna ask Russ what he's gonna do with all these green poles now.
No, we have.
We'd be able to use them.
Well, they use them when they get run over on the
Can we sell
weekend.
them as scrap and use them for root variants?
Not the green ones,
No.
no, we'll use them.
So,
You'll use them.
all right, so what's the ask, Dave? Do we
The
have,
ask is to eliminate these signs.
okay,
All of them?
Are you making a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I just think there's a
signs.
criteria we should be able to. I think there needs to be a criteria behind it.
I think.
Right.
The ones you have listed in here?
Start in one village first and you know. when you
No,
get time, you
no,
go
no,
out
no.
and look.
What I mean by a criteria is the type of sign, so
Yeah.
like, there's the celebration hotel signs, there's the no parking signs that are unenforceable, there's a criteria for each one.
There's no skateboard,
There's the parking directional signs.
yeah.
Those aren't bad.
Hmm?
Those aren't bad.
What is
So
it?
those aren't bad,
Parking
but it's the
directional.
other ones that. I mean, for example, we put all
What
these
is
no
that
parking
doing?
signs there, when
Parking.
actually, I think goes to Greg's point.
Oh,
There shouldn't be any
I didn't
parking
know
there.
that. I must have failed my driving
Yeah, I was gonna
test.
say, you obviously didn't study for your
Does that make sense? Like, we have no parking signs where there shouldn't be parking. Technically, we could actually put that all over town, don't park here, don't park here. It's not. I don't know,
Yeah, like the one I've got by the stool is like right next to a stop sign. I think.
This one.
well, but that's because people parked there and nobody wanted to paint the yellow sign because the sheriff
Yeah.
department wouldn't
Let's
enforce it.
pull it, listen.
Why don't you
Yellow,
start with?
And that's why I would go the other direction, Tom, for those areas where we think we need enforcement, but they didn't paint the yellow curb or whatever, then let's do what needs to happen in order to make these enforceable.
They're
Yeah,
not
they're not.
enforceable.
They're not enforceable.
No matter what you do to it, they're not enforceable.
You're telling me we can't vote to put up no parking signs in certain areas? We've got it in the PUD. We've got ability to designate no parking areas.
So
And
I would argue the.
you,
the
yeah,
no-
you
the no
can't just
parking-
do that. It's gotta be entered into an agreement and all that. It's not just.
So the no
Well,
parking.
I understand it can't just be process arbitrary, but we do have the authority to do it. Now, whether or not a prior board did the half-ass solution and didn't paint the curb doesn't negate the fact that it's an area people shouldn't be parking.
Like,
Yeah.
To me, that just means do the rest
We
of what
wouldn't
needs to
paint
happen.
the
to
Yeah,
curb.
there's more history than that.
We wouldn't paint the curb.
The county didn't want to paint the curb.
Yeah.
Let's be very clear about that.
Right.
It's not the
We
CCD
can't do
board.
that.
So the county didn't want to paint the
It's
curb.
their curb. isn't it?
Yeah, but so,
Okay.
but the other thing is, that no parking sign. That is on campus as right near Founder's Park. That actually has worked. There hasn't been people parking there.
Because they
right?
turned it
That
into
actually. That
they'll use it
actually
as a parking
is-
lane and it's supposed to be a turn lane.
That actually is, it's a street, it's actually the road.
Yeah.
You can't park in there. So that I don't think we would take down, because they fought so long to actually put the no parking sign there, and it's actually working, people aren't parking there. Okay,
Okay.
but on these other areas, and this is why I think there needs to be a criteria behind this. I don't wanna extend this, I don't wanna exasperate this, but I think if we had some sort of criteria where. You know, this is unenforceable, this is whatever, I think it would help rather than having just a massive thing. It'll be more controlled, I think, when some of this stuff comes down. Celebration Hotel with GPS, why do people need signs at Celebration
It
Hotel?
Yeah,
looks like
you
it's
can-
all the green signs. The
It
white-
is.
The white signs with the green edges seem to be the ones that
They're
are totally unenforceable.
But I mean, even though skating on
That's-
sidewalks, I mean, we've had discussions here about, do we want people are getting run over by scooters and things and people.
But no one's enforcing it, so for example, the ones around there, right? They're actually put up for the downtown area, the reason they're put up there, it's because when Disney originally owned the downtown. this is what it is. In the beginning, they kind of enforced it, but then after that with Lexington doesn't call it in. So if you don't call it in and you have a sign, it's not keeping anybody safe. Right?
Right.
It's not keeping anybody safe and no one's gonna enforce it. It's a useless sign.
So
All right, well. I'm
what's
all
the
about-
direction?
Yeah.
What are we
I
doing?
I'll put it up for a vote. I'm proposing that all these signs that,
The signs you have specifically in here to start?
yeah.
Okay,
Even the parking lot directional signs?
That's the first one that I removed.
Really?
They lie.
they lie.
Okay.
They don't parking.
Okay, remove signs that are noted in the agenda.
Yeah,
I'll just say that.
Yeah, Before we go doing a mass thing, and I'd rather do on stages, I'd rather remove the blue parking signs. The green edge signs that have the skateboarding, stuff like that, and the F signs. Then let's evaluate the no parking areas.
Okay, so all the green signs and the blue parking signs.
So all of them except for the ones that say
No
no
parking.
parking, which is white and red.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
evaluate all
That's
those.
fine.
Remove all signs in the agenda except no parking, white and red.
And that'll be discussion as we see each phase.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
All right, so moved.
You
That was
can-
second?
Second,
Well, people start grabbing, we're
All
not
in.
gonna turn around
it's all Dave's fault.
and put it back in our way.
Somebody needs to be bad guy.
All right,
No,
so,
it'll be, we'll take care of it.
so all in favor?
All right,
Aye.
All opposed?
No,
I'm a no too. I do want a criteria.
all right.
I'm for removing the signs.
Sign off.
I
But
thought you
I
just
want a
laid a
little more
criteria.
All right, so the motion.
Did we-
We have to develop a criteria.
I thought he just gave him criteria, no?
Green and blue.
No, that's not a criteria, green, blue, because those are colors.
No, we said there's no parking
I don't know
signs.
what kind of.
All of them
criteria-
except for the no parking, red and
Okay.
white. I
So,
think that's what he said.
so I think you have, like, you
Yeah.
have, there's informational in terms of parking, right? You have, green and everything, but I think each one has to be developed separately. Right, because they're all the different locations and some
Well, are you gonna
locations,
come
they're-
back with an alternative next month?
this is your thing, you come up with the alternative.
Well, I don't wanna guess what your criteria is.
Okay, so look, so we have some, all right, so I have to do everything. All right, fine.
You can take.
Apparently we're
the sign down,
lazy
too.
today.
I
Okay.
already gave you a criteria, these.
Yep. I think there's a balance if you're gonna take out signs. I think there's. Look. I'll preface to say for electric vehicles, right? There's a lot of people in town that feel entitled that they can have that parking spot, even though it's unenforceable. They don't
Rid of
know,
the sign.
huh? I think I think there's gonna be some communication. We're gonna get a lot of heat if we just take them out. Just
Well,
overnight.
we will communicate.
Well, what I would suggest too is when you have us do that. If I can, remove the sign itself and wait about a week. Because pulling the poles out there in concrete.
But no, I don't disagree with that. But I really wanna do, if we're gonna do something like that, it's kind of like what particular areas, like the 1 hour parking signs, the whatever. They fall into different areas, right? The 1 hour parking signs are unenforceable, right? There's no purpose for them to be in there, except to trick people to think you can move it. But they
So
can't.
are you
right?
wanting to go down the path of before you guys remove any signs, you want us to notify residents and get their input?
I don't really wanna do
Okay,
that.
cause that is a very slippery slope.
I understand that, but it really helps to have a strategy behind it, just say, get rid of all these signs. I think, get rid of all these signs, it's a magical wonderland thing, but I think if there's a little strategy behind it.
I
It would
agree
really
with
help
what you're
us.
saying, but I don't see a problem with getting rid of the net signs, the skateboard signs. And those blue circle parking signs, which.
Which that's
they
all
don't
on
enforce.
here.
Blue Park Nets.
And the Celebration Hotel,
What about the 10-minute in front of the post office?
No,
Yeah,
leave that
people
for
are
right
obeying.
now, because
People are
people
obeying it.
need.
Why, is that part of our criteria, you're saying?
I said, let's look at the rest of this stuff.
so
Well,
essentially,
that sign does seem to
With-
work for the post office.
Yeah.
The 10-minute one.
with what Dave said, then you would leave the 10-minute parking in front of the post office.
Yes,
And leave the red and white no parking
That's,
signs.
I understand that, that's fine.
But remove No overnight parking, Celebration Hotel, the Nevs and the parking.
The blue
And
parking
the skateboard.
and the skateboard.
Yes.
That's what's left out of that packet. And the resident parking only, yeah, okay.
Tom, I'll answer your comment and Angel's concern about resident input with this idea. One thing that our residents are not shy about is giving us input when they like something and when they don't like something. I have
Right.
never heard a resident come in saying, please remove these signs for beautification purposes. That's my input that I've gotten from the community, is nobody has said a word. I think we're solving a problem that doesn't exist and is just going to create a problem. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and what I was referring to about residents, I'm asking, I didn't know if you all wanted us to like send out a notification going, hey, we're thinking about removing the signs. What are your options? Because that's not gonna end well, and we're never gonna get everybody on the same page. That was my
Well,
point.
I think the signs that we're talking about removing really that objectionable to most people. I mean, we're not taking the no parking sign
I mean-
right now.
Yeah.
Right, no, those are what said stayed.
I don't think anybody should be treated differently than anybody else. Why does the hotel get a sign?
It shouldn't have one.
Exactly, so that needs to go.
Well,
Why
again,
does
the
why does-
purpose of the hotel was when the hotel was first built. And nobody ever, I mean, there had to be a shelf life for that, nobody ever took it down, right?
I can appreciate that, but today it is not
As
necessary.
of 1st of February, it's no longer a Celebration Hotel anyway.
But that's
We
true.
just refreshed our signs at Waterside and Celebration Avenue, one of which is the Celebration Hotel. We did that less than 2 years ago.
Are you
Sign
talking-
where it's
are you
got
talking
4 or
about
5 different names?
Are you talking about those big green signs?
Yeah, where it's got like 4 or 5 different lines.
Correct, we legally have to.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
We had a consideration whether or not we were gonna remove them.
The agreement with the celebration company was until Island Village was complete. And those then.
You have to maintain that.
Can come down.
No.
Then then you can,
Well, then I won't put that on the next round.
there you
No,
go.
and listen, I'm
Good
waiting,
call.
I'm waiting for the day,
Yeah.
because they're hard to maintain, expensive, and
Useless.
it's designed for when we're
Home
selling homes.
Yeah, okay.
And
All right, are you guys gonna make another motion for this, or is it dying? We moving on? What are we doing?
Well,
I would suggest if Dave is hell-bent on this, Dave, my suggestion would be don't piecemeal this. Because we're gonna get death by 1,000 paper cuts. If you want to remove a whole bunch of signs across town, I would say tag every one of them that you're talking about, so we can just arm
He
wrestle
did.
this in one shot and be done.
Yeah.
No, he's talking about a 2 square block radius. He's talking about the next meeting.
Right, that's all he's addressing tonight, Greg. He was gonna
Right.
come back in the future with different ones, but
Yeah.
tonight, this is the only one.
And what I'm saying is I would prefer not to do that. I
Oh,
would prefer if he wants to go through all of town and make a suggestion in all of town. That way it's consistently applied to Tom's concern through all of town, and we do this in one
Right,
shot,
so-
one hit.
So 2 or 3 months from now, when I've got a list of 87 signs that I want to get rid of that are useless, are we gonna go and spend 4 hours going over each one of them and saying yay or nay, or is it up or down and that's it?
I'll probably still vote no at that point, but at least I'll know the entire list I'm voting no against.
Or like a separate motion per sign.
it's,
Okay, are
Well,
are you making a motion for those except for this?
Well, I mean, it doesn't do any good if that's not what Tom was looking for. I don't know what his criteria is. So if he can verbalize what he's looking
well,
for.
I'd have to think about it, I'd have to think about putting together
I'll
a
tell you
whole
what,
criteria on it.
we're not gonna die on this right now.
No, we're not, but I don't, but
We
look,
we can give it another
But-
month.
I would like to give it another month, but then I think we'll have to work on it, I have to come up with a criteria.
All right, bigger package next month. Stay tuned.
That's fine.
Okay.
And listen, I
right,
don't,
we
agree- I
already
don't
know it's
agree,
7
I
days
don't
on the next
disagree with
month.
the spirit of this.
Yeah.
Huh?
We already know what 7A is next month.
Yes.
That's right.
Right on.
Downtown Market Street sign removal.
Now.
I mean renewal,
Celebration-
I'm sorry.
Celebration
It
sign
says
removal.
downtown Market
Yeah,
Street
it's
sign
gonna be
renewal.
Celebration.
What is that?
Okay, I
Do
don't
the
know.
whole thing, get it done, right?
Which sign? What are you talking about?
I think the sign that Lexon uses
Yes.
to put in their information, they
Yes.
want us to redo it, make it nice and
But-
pretty, and then turn the maintenance over to them.
Okay, so let me give a little history on this. Okay. So way back when. Before, I think any of us were on the board. Lexington had requested the CDD. That they would go ahead and restore the sign. And that included, and then add electrical, add new lighting and everything to it. Okay? They made many different requests for that because that was a big sign for the directory of all the stores and restaurants in town. It's a pretty big sign. It's not like the other one. It's a pretty big sign. So what happened? They were updating the sign and then one day. The locks were changed. And so Lexington could not update the sign anymore. So, and I don't want to get into any more details than that, but aside from it, it really was the wrong thing to do. Because they were gonna go ahead and pay for it. So here we are years later. The sign needs refurbishing, new lighting. And Lexington's initial proposal, and I'm sure it'll be open to more, is that we restore the sign, with the lighting. And then from that point on, they would maintain the whole thing.
So they want it still.
They still want it. You know, now, can I talk to them about maybe doing one or the other? I think I can. But at the same time, I don't know why it wasn't done before. It just befuddles me.
You know, it's funny.
We talked about this 4 years ago. Paul Collins brought up a motion to try to make them into digital signs. There was concern about the adherence to Disney standards, et cetera, et cetera. We had talked about just removing them then, and then we just ended up throwing our hands and said the hell with it. I would prefer just to get rid of the signs.
Not exactly.
We removed the one white sign.
We were told that one of them belonged to us and one belonged to Lexington. That's
Yes. Yes,
Not true.
No, it's not.
No, it's not true.
They both belong to us.
that's what we were, Jack, that's what we were told.
Right,
Yes.
Correct.
Well, we did put money into fixing the green one down there.
all right. So,
Well, I hear that there's a majority of us that don't want that sign there.
I don't think it hurts, that sign, I don't think it hurts us at all. It is a directory for the town.
I don't know.
But no, they haven't used it in a long time because it's not
Because they don't.
usable.
They can't unlock.
Because we changed the locks to keep them out.
I think we
It's
put new
very
locks on there
childish.
because the old ones weren't that good.
Yeah,
So we actually had a company come and do that. And I
So
think we gave a key to Corolla also.
probably shouldn't have any of that
They
stuff.
shouldn't have
I think we did though.
No, they have no business on that.
So, look, Mike reached out to me and he says he wants to do something with that sign.
Tom, does he really want the signs or does he just not want them to look crappy?
He wants to post updated information in there. They were doing it up to a certain point and then they changed the locks and they didn't get a key.
Why don't
I
we
think part of the
Give
issue on
them the
that,
sign.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, repeat that, Greg.
I thought part of the issue when we talked about this a few years ago was we couldn't maintain a sign that was basically being used for a private entity. Like it's our sign and yet we're turning it over to Lexington to have them be the ones put in information. I thought was the concern a few years
we
ago.
have no use for it. We'll
It is. Just give
declare
it to 'em.
surplus and
Yeah.
give it to them.
Yep.
Can
Can we leave it on our property?
As long as we have an agreement,
Give them a license agreement and a bill of sale, they own it and they can get on our property and they
and do whatever they need to do.
Great,
So
then we're done with it.
then.
Yeah.
Then.
Then you're done with it.
Then let me go back to Mike and see what he says.
If that's what the board
That's what
wants
this
to
was about. I just
do.
want everyone to be aware, he reached out to me with this ask. You know, because they want to run it and I want to get everyone's feedback before I go back to him.
Tom, I'm fully supportive on the condition that we set some reasonable standards. They will maintain it. They will never ask us for anything related to it. I don't care what needs to happen. We're not putting another dime into the sign. If they're going to remove it or make any changes, they have to come to us for permission. And I think we should have some reasonable standards as to what they put in there. I don't care if they're putting business names and stuff like that, but we should have some discretion to be able to say it's our sign on our property. If they put something inappropriate in there, we should have some authority to say. You can't do
Well,
that.
but see, that's the problem.
Yeah, we need to.
Because if we're gonna do
You gotta
that,
cut
then
it
they're gonna ask
or-
us to restore it so they can use it,
Right.
right?
At which
that's
point I
a
think,
And the only thing they put on there, and listen. They're not gonna put anything inappropriate. They never have put anything inappropriate. They've actually fired bans that said inappropriate words. And then never come back, because they like, we can't have that, because you're gonna get negative feedback.
We can put in the license agreement, no profanity, and they have to.
Yeah.
obey all
And they're like,
laws, so
fine.
They can't be,
They
advertising.
agree to that, because they're like, that's what they have in their contract.
That's all I'm looking for. I don't
They
want to
can take
dictate.
it as is.
Yeah.
And like Greg said, you have to maintain it and keep it in functioning, working order, not an eyesore. You can put stuff like that in there.
Mhm.
Make sure they maintain it up
All
to,
right, so let me
Alright.
go back to him, and see what he says.
yeah, as long as the board's in agreement with that.
Okay,
Sure.
all right, next item.
And I'm sorry, if we're gonna do that, then it would be Jan drafting up some sort of licensing agreement for a future meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'd have to review everything, we wouldn't
Got
just, we
Yep.
have to. Okay, appointment of liaison, so at the last meeting, obviously it went too long, that's kind of fun. Sorry, Jack. Before we did have liaisons to, we talked about master planning, the county, any of this stuff, are we interested in reviewing that? Because currently, right now, Dave is still in charge of all master planning.
So, well, Dave's actually with,
He's mad at me too.
he's Mattamy. He's master plan and he's also school board or school, right?
Because it fell
County?
under,
Enter
Well, that
county.
fell under
It's
master plan.
county, all under county and master plan, that
Yeah.
stuff. That's what y'all had him as the last
Right.
meeting.
We removed the county liaison. The only organization that we had as an organization was CROA. Everything else became a function. So anything master planning, whether it was the county or the school district or CROA or whatever else, became Dave. Anything Island Village became Dave. Because we moved away from specific organizational things, because then if it was one thing, then I would go talk to the county because it was a management issue. But then if it was another thing, somebody else would go talk to the county because it was a master planning issue. That's why we just said, hey, let's just make it by function.
Okay, that's what I have in my notes is master planning, Mattamy, and anything county related. And maybe I misunderstood, but anything county related fell under him. Jack was CROA, Greg was management, and Tom was maintenance.
right,
And that's all I had.
okay. So.
And again, I could have misunderstood.
I like Dave doing everything. That was a good vote. I'll make a motion on that.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, that's what ended up happening at that meeting, and everybody was like, "Oh, Dave."
so
That's
you,
really
are you still
myself, yeah.
attending Crow meetings?
No.
Have you have any interest to attend Crow meetings? Well, Shell isn't here,
Why don't you go to group? Who's that curiosity?
he doesn't want to,
Because
I don't want to
it's
either.
Crow.
that's right.
I'll take the CROA ones. That's fine.
You wanna take, well, you attend them anyways, so I think you should be.
Okay, so Greg is CROA. Okay,
I'll stay with maintenance, cause I'm already doing that, and I'll do maintenance and management.
maintenance and management. Okay,
And
I
you're,
mean, Dave, I think you need to keep Island Village and Mattamy just from your background and
I'm
skills.
perfectly fine with what I got.
okay,
so let's make sure that we're all clear. Mattamy, anything having to do with the master plan and county.
Well, because I'm working with transportation on the improvement at the World Drive Celebration Boulevard.
And you're working with the school board
Yeah.
to get the Disney stuff situated.
PCC.
Yeah, so that's why,
Probably another-
It's all master plan.
But that's all master planning related.
right,
Yeah, but I've also approached TCC with other things like their excess parcels.
so master planning, Mattamy, county,
TCC.
and TCC.
Jack, are you feeling bad?
Is-
For that, by the way.
Hmm.
Feeling bad? Yeah.
no, he's in reflection.
And I just want to make sure, because what'll end up happening, like Greg said, if Greg had something with the county that he was working on, then he may have spoke on it. And then if you're speaking on it, then it kind of becomes this overlapping thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I want to make sure whatever you are telling me, I want to write that down and make sure that those are the entities speaking. If we have any county issues, then it goes here. If it's this issue, it goes
You
where.
guys get the updates on the intersection with transportation, so I've got that going, and as far as the school board specifically, I'm not going back to them until I get a response to their memo from TCC/legal, so.
The only other thing, Tom, I would suggest is there continues to be a lot of desires for engagement with the sheriff's department.
Oh, sure.
That's not really county.
No, it's not.
Right.
And Jack, I don't know if you want to take that on or.
I would do
still-
that.
Can we give it to Shell?
Did you say, oh, I thought you said, I will not do that.
No, Jack wants to do it. I think.
All
it's
right, so
important.
sheriff is Jack.
And as part of my report, I did talk to the sheriff's council and told him about the dismay we had at not getting reports on a number of items. And he was going to check with all the different staff people and try to come around with,
Yeah.
how do we get it resolved that he understood our frustration. So hopefully I'll have some names for you as to who the contacts would be.
Good, thank you.
He was very cooperative.
Is there anything left for Mr. Hart?
I don't know yet. I somehow got, well, we already decided too that I was doing the, community connections, remember that?
Oh, that's right, community connection.
58 emails I got in the last 3 days about it. I'm like, it's not a big deal, but okay. So
Okay.
I'll be attending that in January. I have no choice apparently according to the emails. Anything else? We all agree with that? We don't have to vote on that.
Audit? Finance audit, anything like that?
You have an audit committee.
Yeah, we have a.
Yeah, but is there a liaison?
Well, Jack's on it.
Let's make that for Shell.
No, that's.
Oh,
That's Jack.
Jack's already on.
Jack's already on the
he's
committee.
on the committee.
No,
I know. I'll find something for Shell, don't you worry.
I'm trying.
Okay, anything else?
Needs to be weekend sign.
He can be on the signs, go around and tag all those signs.
He could become sign guy. Okay,
All right, so you'll discuss that with Shell at the next meeting and see if there's anything
if
that,
there's any, yeah,
Okay.
if there's any interest, he's looking into.
awesome.
So much for your wire.
Yeah.
I said it was gonna be at 1 hour meetings.
Blew this one out of there.
This was we canceled because it was nothing.
I think it is. So, okay, moving on to regular reports, district manager.
You need agreement with Tad's towing.
Yeah, and the up-
Towing.
Yeah, the updated agenda, you're looking at the old agenda.
Yeah.
Did we get it?
Yeah, it was sent out last week.
Rookie mistake.
I probably have another copy.
think it's really-
This is a very.
It
simple
says
agreement.
revised on the front in red.
It's a very simple agreement with a towing company. We have to use the same towing company the county has approved, but the county has not approved one. This is a company that we deal with, another one of our CDDs that only tows upon. the
Direction.
management direction. Well, we don't pay them anything. They get paid through the towing and the statutory rates. So it's a very simple contract that basically says we will have a district manager call you when we want to tow. And they will help us, or as soon as we approve this, we'll coordinate with Russ and make sure we have a mark, make
They
sure we
gotta
have
put
the
signs
sign.
up.
Right signs.
More signs.
Yes, those are the signs I like.
I moved.
They're enforceable.
motion.
Moved to approve.
All right, so Jack,
Did you second that, Greg?
yeah,
Sure. No signs for you, Dave.
I'm gonna put one
no
in front of Dave's
soup
house.
for
Call the
you.
question.
All right. Do you have a motion?
Yeah. And second.
Jack,
Second?
Greg,
All right, I've been trying to check my agenda. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? God. I'm not sitting next to you, Jen.
That was the only change in the
All right.
updated agenda, right?
Yes.
yes,
The only one.
that's it.
Alright, so you go back to your.
My old
obsolete.
one. My
Um,
old one.
So district manager, so a couple of things, Nash with the roof starts this Friday. They're gonna work weekends. And get it complete. As we get more into scheduling come this Friday, I'll definitely will carry Russ, will send out updates as far as the progress there.
Can
The
you-
audio,
Sorry, Angel, can you talk a little bit about, are we gonna expect building closures or staff to have to relocate or anything like that, or how's that gonna work?
no. Nope. No building closure, no staff relocation. The weekend, they're gonna work on the front part, right, Russ?
Yes.
And then
They're
move,
hoping they can get far enough over.
yeah, and then move their way around. So no closures, no relocation.
Might be a little inconvenience, but it's,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, watch your head as you're coming in the building or something. We will put out signs though for residents that are coming to pay water bills or something like that. We'll make sure we put something out. We'll also put something out on Facebook and my celebration app. We'll have Jasmine or Joan do that tomorrow to let them know preemptively, starting on Friday, moving forward until further notice. Careful
Can
when
you
you're coming into this area.
Can you also let Crow know, please, just since they've got the fields out back, that if we've got people driving, just to be careful, because we'll have construction going on since that's a narrow road.
Roofing nails are terrible.
Yes, that's what I'm concerned about.
So
I'll
Crowa,
just use Jackson.
My Celebration app and Facebook. So we'll post all of that about the roof. And we'll update it accordingly as we get more of scheduling in.
Do we have a rough idea how long the total project is?
No.
No.
So the audio for this room and the whole camera system, they've already started. They were actually going to be complete today. However, when they got here to finish, they ran into some network issues. So I'm having to connect them again with our IT to be able to get that. The IP address isn't talking to one another or something. And they mounted the camera up underneath the TV. Greg, I know you can't see this, but so I came in today and I'm like, whoa, what are we doing? And he's like, what do you mean? And I said, the camera's supposed to be over there. Now you're looking at everybody, the back of everybody's head, and we can't do that. It was supposed to be over there, which is why we took down the big
Right, yeah.
chandelier type things. And he was like, oh, sorry.
Yeah, and I.
So they're gonna finish this week.
And
Want
when
to
I,
just flip the room around?
Right.
and I'd really like to talk to him about the mounting system.
Doing the
It's kind of
brackets.
tacky.
That's not a mounting system.
Yeah, that's Home Depot.
Yeah, so. I'll
Yeah,
talk to you about that.
he didn't want to mount it to the wall. And if you look behind it, there's what he's talking about. But then I guess they put in that shelf, which I didn't know they were going to, which to me, I mean, it looks fine.
No, it's not. No.
Oh, I mean, it looks
I would-
fine
I
to
wouldn't-
me.
if
I
was
would have said,
mounting this in
okay.
My house, it would definitely not be, it wouldn't happen.
Yeah, if he would have asked me, I'm just gonna be honest, I would have said, yeah, that looks fine.
No, I get it, I get it. I'll-
For me. But anyways, the camera's gonna be moved over there where we talked about it originally, was to be put back kind of by the clock or something. And be able to count and do what we're doing now.
Yeah, and the microphone's already installed.
Yep.
The ceiling, that's good, and literally, without these light fixtures in here, it looks so much better.
Doesn't it?
I
Oh, my
agree.
goodness.
So there, we'll be back tomorrow, get the network issue, get the camera situation moved. We cannot have it there, obviously.
Right.
That particular one cannot be moved back there because, I forget what he said, but I'm like, can't you just run wire and move it back there? And he's like, no.
Well, there has to be a reason, let them do it.
Yeah, and and I even asked him if we could maybe move it like to a corner, and he's like, that camera has to be mounted straight ahead
Yeah.
for that particular one. So regardless, they'll be done this week. The flooring will start after the roof is complete, then we'll do the flooring that the board already approved. We'll be able to do that. And Dave asked a couple of questions about looking at the financials. There were a couple of lines that are pretty significant. They're not overran yet, but we would be on track to overrun. And I told him I would pull some reports for those line items and let him know. I know the landscaping, which is over. It is, and we replaced some vegetation and stuff in there. And there could be some stuff that needs to be reclassed. So I'm gonna pull that report. I'll send it out to everyone. And if there's adjustments that need to be made, I'll get them made. Trying to think if there was anything else. I'm sure Dave had something. Okay,
Does the-
what do you got?
Did you have a FEMA meeting on the third?
Yes, those meetings are continually going. We're on track with everything that we're supposed to be doing. Brenda runs those meetings and meets with them and all of that stuff. So we're on track. We've submitted everything and now it's just kind of going through the stages.
Anything else?
And we're on track, by the way, to get 100% reimbursement because it's deadline driven. So we're on track
Well, that's good.
to do 100%.
I did have,
Field man.
I did have a
Oh.
couple questions, sorry.
Go ahead, Greg.
This may go between field and district, so whoever wants to jump up. Where are we at on replacing and repairing that railing on Celebration Avenue across from Town Hall, the green one?
I've already had Sunbelt Metals come out and look at it. I can give them a call tomorrow and see where we stand. And I had them come out and take a look at that too, so we're gonna try to get reimbursed for it. For a few $1,000.
Is it just the railing or are we gonna,
Yeah, just a section of it.
what about the issue with the fall protection?
Yeah, the extension part of that's gonna be a part of it too, when we
I'm just.
I know.
all protecting.
Yeah, no, I know what they're talking about.
The extra length.
The extra length.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because the trees crushed that part of the thing. So the,
Angel knows what needs to happen.
yep,
Right.
got it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, that was thing number one. Thing number two, Angel, I'd sent you and Carrie a note about the Duke Power repairs. Were you guys able to talk to them?
I have not talked to them. Duke, have you guys talked to Duke
I was
about
actually
the
going to,
repairs?
pull up the email and get a hold of the guy and. the
It's-
meeting
It's
process.
been
Yeah.
3 or 4 months that area at
Yeah.
Celebration Avenue and Celebration Place or
I
whatever.
don't think they're done.
Well,
Yeah.
it's been time. It's
Yeah.
been 3 or 4 months. They're either fixing this or they're not. And I realize we don't want to fix it once and fix it twice. But if they don't have a plan on getting this done in the next 30 days, then I think we need to go ahead and fix it. And if they want to tear it up again, they can come and pay money to tear it up. This is taking way too long. If
It
they're
should
not
be-
telling us what they're doing and they don't have anything scheduled,
I just
not
wanna know if
moving
we can, I just wanna know if we can fix it and they reimburse us. If they're gonna do
I
it,
can tell you they're not gonna reimburse us. What they're
Well,
gonna
then
say is when we're done, we'll fix it. And if I go, okay, and the district pays for it, that's fine, but you're not gonna get your money back.
so, but.
then they
if-
need to send somebody out and do what they're gonna do and be done. It's been 4 months.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, they're not done out there. And when they're done completely, this is the last conversation, and I haven't had one in the last
So I guess
month.
we need to find out.
Yeah.
We need to see.
The last thing is when we're done doing work, we will come and repair everything that we damaged. So yeah, we'll call them and tell them, hey, it's been long. Do you have a timeline? And then we'll be
Just
able to
because
let
we're
you
being
know.
held hostage. I really, that's.
Yeah. And the district can repair it. I'm just
I
saying,
know.
you're just not gonna get reimbursed by Duke, because they're gonna tell you, well, no, we told you we're gonna come and do it, even though it's not on your timeline.
Yeah, their easements usually
That's right.
don't have.
I just don't wanna be waiting years.
Yeah, and
I
it's
mean,
it's their easement. That's where they get you, because
Well,
we're
no,
kind of beholden.
They damaged our easement.
And
They
they,
Yes,
damaged the
but-
grass.
they will say. that
Because
they'll
it's their
repair it.
easement doesn't mean they
Yeah.
don't have a
There's no
responsibility to
requirement.
fix this in a reasonable time. It's been 4 months.
They do have a responsibility to fix it, and they will agree to fixing it, but it's gonna be on their timeline. That's what I'm saying. It's not gonna be on
So
ours.
let's get
That's
an
all.
update. Let's
Yeah,
get an update.
for
and find
sure.
out what's going on.
But
Yep.
They damaged road too.
Oh, there's a lot damaged right there.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll fix everything. Anything
I
else,
don't know
Craig?
if they'll do the road.
Not for district. No, thank you.
I'll take a question.
We're going to the field manager report. So do you have anything else to report?
I haven't reported anything yet.
Ah, see.
No,
if you
never
can
mind,
report and they
never
do
mind,
it.
never mind.
I'll reach out to Duke in the morning and I'll send an update to the board
appreciate
on everything in that vicinity.
So last week I did meet with FEMA, we looked at that and we looked at the gate in North Village where the brick walls at. That's about $8,000-9,000, so hopefully we're gonna merge them both together so we can get pretty much full reimbursement on that, hopefully. Supposed to start picking up the debris pile next week. So hopefully we'll get reimbursed 100% on that. Anybody got any questions?
Jack, I think he had a question.
Yeah, over there on, was it Redbud and Celebration Boulevard, that huge.
That's
hole in
the
the
county. We notified them as soon as it happened. They put some barricades out there, I have no idea.
There's one cone that's in there now, it's halfway buried. I'm just wondering, it's like a water leak, isn't it?
It's a storm pipe.
Okay.
I have a question, and I think I've sent this to you. I don't know if you had an update. So was it, and I appreciate your comment. It's not even the weekend. Somebody hit the brick wall of
Oh,
the
yeah.
celebration sign, and it's pretty serious because that cement's broken.
That's not the half of it, up at North Village, the other green gate, there's 2 of them.
Yeah.
The, I don't know, somebody hit it from the back side of the canal side
Yeah.
and basically one whole section needs to be replaced. We're looking at 20-some feet by 10 foot tall. So,
So and
It's gotta be a crushed car somewhere.
well, I know, but
no,
they do
no
the
car,
damage.
there's no car, it's just the canal on the other side of the wall.
Maybe a
So
contractor.
unless- Well, the only contractor I could even think of would be either Reedy Creek,
Yeah,
possibly mowing that stuff.
I've been down that before. So their environmental services will go down there to check on the chickens that they have at the end of the
Yeah.
canal.
I've done that.
So maybe reach out to them and see if maybe they damaged it or, I don't know. Not that they're gonna tell you probably, but.
Right, right. So, okay.
The
That's the only question I
boardwalk,
had here.
you sent in a picture? Or was it you?
Oh, me.
You. You
That's
said
already been,
it's already been taken.
it
care
hasn't
of.
been completely repaired, but it's fixed good enough to where it's not gonna be a trip hazard or anything.
And when do we have it scheduled to be fully repaired?
Probably when Franklin gets back from vacation.
Is that the one in Artisan Park? Is that the one that at the back?
Is it
road?
Artisan Park? Yeah.
Okay. So going back to the one on World Drive, it's very fresh, it's very new. I guess we'd have to look at, get an estimate, to fix that.
I've already met with a guy for both these.
Okay, all right.
Who's done the wall before, so.
The last time we had to do that wall, wasn't it when the lady went airborne and ended up in the pond?
I'll give you
No, it's happened since then.
So.
No, there's been more since her.
Go ahead.
I was just trying to think, the last time we had that wall. The actual wall itself is a lady was coming down World Drive and she didn't realize that there was a red light. And she hit that and went airborne and she ended up in that pond. I mean, it was a fatality, but I thought that was the last time.
If that was the last repair we had.
The planter itself's been hit a couple more times since then.
Right.
Angel, you weren't here, they found the, that car that was buried there,
Yeah.
what, 15 years, 20, yeah. 20
Yeah.
years.
Jack had another question. That's a
The
good
literal shelf, what's going on with that thing?
Littoral shelf?
The total show.
Oh,
Has that been cleaned up? Because,
It has been cleaned up. They have started some replanting. So
okay,
it looks better. Some of it I think is weather conditions and it's not so remote.
as you heard tonight, I think some people went out and looked at it. Lots of still work to be done, but it looks a lot better than it did.
How about that structural problem at the boardwalk there? Remember how we had a structural engineer say, hey, this is broken?
The bracket,
yes.
It's the post that I work. But I'm gonna get Dash out there to take a look at that too. You don't wanna replace the whole boardwalk, all over the place.
No,
no,
it's just a bracket.
Something.
The posts are warped, you can see.
So the
It's
bracket's
making the whole
coming.
thing look-
Right.
So it's not just a new bracket.
From what he told me, when we looked at it, it was just a 6x6.
But in the report, it said a bracket and he took a picture of it. So what he told you and what he put in the report, two different things.
One
Yeah.
bracket's not gonna make the boardwalk look.
No, I understood, but
Yeah.
that wasn't in the report. It said, in addition. The bracket had replaced, it wasn't just how it looked. It
Right.
was just another feature that was going away. That had to get replaced.
Look at the report, because,
I think it's the
That
post that needs to be replaced.
well, whatever the report said, I don't have the funds. I don't want it ignored.
Nash will be out. They're doing the roof so they can hopefully send someone to look at it.
Yes, right.
Okay,
Can I ask, we had talked last year about doing a full structural review on all of our boardwalks.
Yep.
Is that in process or what's the timeline to get that done?
No, the board needs to approve that.
Can we get quotes back for next meeting so we can get that going?
Sure.
It'll be pretty quick with Christmas and all that stuff.
it's fine. If we don't get enough, but I do think that we need to find out the integrity of everything. And if there's anything that has to be either repaired, replaced or whatever, if we know, doesn't mean that we have to spend the money right away. But it would help us to gauge, okay,
Yeah.
what are we looking at? We're looking at 6 months, 1 year, 3 years. It goes back to what you were saying, Greg, in terms of just making sure we. We could plan for this in terms of budget.
I'll get quotes for the January meeting for an inspection of all boardwalks. Structural inspection.
Yes.
I was gonna say, just to be clear, I mean, Angel, my intent is to take this will kind of blend into the conversation, the bonding conversation we have at the workshop on the 14th is, I would like to take a look at, hey, if we need to do wholesale replacements of boardwalks or how much life do we have left on these things? I don't think the capital assessment plan that we had 2 or 3 years ago didn't get into that level of detail of actually analyzing them.
A whole
Okay.
new one.
Yeah.
Like rip it out.
Anything
and do
else?
it.
Anything else for us?
Yeah, quickly, when the when the residents came in, I think there was one that wanted to look at the dirt behind their house on Lake Evelyn, or somebody that wanted yellow paint. There was somebody that had a dead tree, and we said it's not dead, no, it's not dead yet. What's going on with all those people? Are we gonna get any more nasty grams, or are they happy?
We were kind of vague on some of that stuff.
Well, I don't.
We
know,
just
you were
been
there
given the
too.
yellow curb, I don't think we're gonna touch, because I never see anyone parked there.
We can't.
As you come into,
No,
Lake Evelyn.
No, we wrote a request to the county. to
Yes.
ask
Yeah.
I
them.
sent that back to you and then you said
Yeah.
you can send it.
It's hardly, I
Okay,
think I've seen one long,
There-
maintenance truck parked there one time.
Regardless, that's the
that's a
county.
long time ago.
Okay.
We're sending it to them to ask them if they want to paint that
And then
area.
We had people asking about the dirt behind their house in the alley.
I
Oh,
have
that's being
not,
taken care of.
yeah, I haven't heard anything
Okay.
else
And
from
then
them.
The lady that kept on talking about her wonderful tree that's gonna fall on her house.
United's having an arborist out this week. Brett told me today, tomorrow,
Yeah,
to go
yeah,
look
I spoke to
specifically
Brett today about
at
that.
those trees.
Yeah, that's coming. Cause I told him these things,
But
we need to
it's-
close these out.
It's still not gonna solve her problem because we're not still going to trim her trees. And that's what she's looking
We're not
for.
gonna do that.
Yeah.
We need the arborist. to
Correct.
tell
Yep.
us.
Yep.
Great.
And that's tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else for the field manager? Going once? Twice? Legal counsel. Jan,
I'll be really quick. I did send everybody a
Time's up.
copy of the new ordinance from Osceola County. I think the previous board was worried about people sleeping in the gazebo and various places around, and the sheriff would not trespass them or issue any citations. There's a Supreme Court ruling this past year that does allow ordinances to prohibit sleeping and camping in public places. So Osceola County just changed their ordinance to match the Supreme Court, so we can now call the sheriff and say, hey, there's somebody sleeping here in a public place, and will issue a trespass citation against them. So we do have some recourse now, where before we didn't.
Nice.
Yeah, no, that was a good change. We drafted the Infomark amendment to their contract, so they are set and ready to go. I talked to the sheriff's council about the issues that were brought up about the non-reporting of what was going on. They will 99% not agree to an agreement, but the sheriff's council was very cooperative and said he would be finding the various people, the people for the LPR cameras, what we can find out and what kind of statistics. So we can make sure that we can prove this is a wise investment. And also on the sheriff details, he was trying to find out who the people are that are responsible for those details and how we can get better information. And we did get the blotter right after that.
we did get the
Yep.
blotter, what I'm surprised at is. It doesn't show that anything was written up. Like anybody got cited or stopped or whatever. And I find it hard to believe, like on a Friday and Saturday night, you couldn't write like 30 tickets that go on around there.
Yeah, I had asked for the same thing. So
It's
if we
just-
have people on a weekend detail and we have no idea what they did.
I mean, you got people blowing down, riding their bikes all over the place. You got cars parked the wrong way. Not stopping for people crossing. My question is that if we're paying for them to do nothing and not gonna write anything up, I don't understand what we're paying for.
Okay, he understood completely. I mean,
Okay.
He was, and I said, we need
This is
this.
something you can
fairly-
check in on.
Well, I looked at all the detail reports, there was 4 deputies that did nothing as far as citations, written warnings or verbal warnings. And I think we'll go back and see if we can get rid of those individuals. But all the rest of them seem to be doing a pretty good job. We had 94 written citations written last month and 101 written warnings. And 31 verbal warnings, but
I did appreciate the deputy that. There's a guy behind me that actually went past the double yellow line, went around me so they can get to Waterside. And I did appreciate the deputy doing the same thing and pulling him over. I'm like, finally,
Yeah.
finally.
Poor guy's getting hit. I
And-
hit him, Jan hit him.
Well, Jan, just so you know, whatever questions you hit or Angel, it trickled down because I had the sergeant who's in charge of their intel unit who does all the camera stuff call me up in a little bit of a tizzy the other day. What are you guys looking for? What do you need? And I said the same thing we've been asking for 3 years since we implemented the cameras. We just need a monthly or quarterly, some sort of frequency report that shows that the cameras are being productive. You figure out what that means, but I'm pretty sure we even put that in the interlocal agreement that we signed with them, that there was some frequency of reporting, just showing activity and how the cameras are being useful.
All right, I'll check the agreement, but I said he was very, I'm glad you got some calls, because he had said he had reached out to several departments already to try to start getting some communication back, so that
Yep.
was good. And that was
Since
it.
we were-
Everything else was
Since we were
routine.
talking about the sheriff's department as well, can we get, I mean, I was on Golf Park the other night and people were driving up on our sidewalks trying to cut around the amount of traffic and blockage and stuff like that. Can we just, Angel, maybe focus some of the attention around parking in the immediate downtown area for our details through the holidays here? Because traffic was blocked up for 20 minutes and people were driving on people's lawns.
Okay,
Primarily ours.
It's terrible. Tonight, it was good.
Yeah. Anything else, Jim?
No, that's it.
Okay, engineer report.
I got something.
Hold on, I did some for Jan too.
Greg, good as son, never get out of here.
It's not my, these guys keep yapping. All right, go ahead. Dave,
All
go
right,
ahead. Then we'll go to
verge
Greg.
policy, am I gonna get arrested for taking all these snipe signs that I find on the weekends?
No.
no,
Okay, cause they're on our property now.
Yes.
Is that a policy on our website somewhere? that we
Yes.
can reference?
It's on our website.
Signs,
Those
yes.
are permitted on the CDD property.
Brenda can you confirm it's on the website? I believe it is, but
It used to be, but let me check quick.
yeah, make
Yeah, I had
sure.
some realtor try to give me crap that I didn't know what I was talking about.
No,
They don't-
you
they
do.
don't know what
Yeah.
they're-
Yeah,
They can't be on CDD property and we do have a sign policy.
all right, yep, any sign on there needs to have our permission.
Correct.
All right, cause I see twice a year, we're gonna have, garage sale signs. Do we need-
Can't be on CDD property.
No, the homepage of the website says in bold caps, signs in the district's easement are not permitted. And then there is a paragraph that says, signs in the district easements, the right-of-way areas between the curb and the sidewalk are not permitted at any time, neither in front of residents' homes nor in the common areas.
So notwithstanding voting signs, which I understand by law, they have to put out those big orange ones that are sitting in our medians when they come into town. I got it. There's like First Amendment stuff that we have to allow that. Aside from that, when they do pups and pints and garage sales and all that, I don't know that anybody's coming to ask us. The county had a sign out there the other day because our county commissioner wanted to give away free ice cream. I would like that they would at least ask us before they start dropping signs.
Election signs have to go on the lawn. They can't go in the verge area.
No,
Right.
but there,
No,
Greg is talking about the big giant electronic orange billboard signs
Oh.
that they put
That
all
that
over.
says, hey,
Are
the
they
voting
will?
is at the
They can do
library.
that?
We can
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
object to it.
If it's our
if we could-
property, we can.
If someone could just politely tell the county or ask the county, hey, please stop dropping signs in our verge areas in the entrance to town unless you come ask us. Again, voting stuff, I got it. We have to, but I didn't think it was cool that, you know, hey, I'm gonna hand out ice cream, so here's a sign.
Yeah, no, they can't do that.
That's specific to Commissioner Chowdhury, by the way.
No, I understand that, but it's just like, but also when they do the Experience Kissimmee events in downtown,
Yes.
they also pull those up, so.
Or honestly, even
We're not
Crowa.
looking who does it, what is our policy, what can we do?
Yeah, our policy should,
Yes.
there should be no signs in our right of ways.
On our
So we need
property.
to tell them to put it on the county right of way up to an entry or somewhere.
In the spirit of
Correct.
cooperation, we need to reach out to the foundation about their holiday home tour. About those signs that they need to come to us to get permission to put those up, and ProA for the biannual yard sales.
I will take both of those in my newfound responsibilities as Crow liaison.
Oh, I got more to add later.
All right,
So-
Greg,
The other one I
Later.
had, yeah, the other
Like
one I had
next
for Jan.
January later?
Right here.
Oh, boy.
Okay, sorry, Greg.
Yeah, Jan, and I don't know if this is for you or Angel, but we still haven't seen a final incorporation report from our consultant. Who's got that?
I think Angel's got it.
The final report?
Didn't he
I don't
send
know.
us? I don't think he
No.
ever finished it.
No, Michelle, outside counsel, gave him comments. I haven't seen
We sent-
anything
we sent
past that.
comments.
Yeah.
All right, I'll write to him and see. if
I mean, I
dig
can,
him up.
I'll reach out to him first,
Okay.
and then if I
Just
can't get
copy me on
anything,
it So I
yeah.
can prompt him to finish his
I
agreement.
would still like to see a final report of,
Yeah, we did send a lot of comments that he never.
Yes.
incorporated.
right?
that's it. Thank you.
If he doesn't
Anybody
respond,
else?
then you can jump in.
Okay. Engineer, Mark.
Yeah, just real quick, just
sent up, I kind of had all these pictures in Island Village when Mattamy was first looking at turning over 1A and 1B, we did a pretty comprehensive punch list. We noted, footprint markings, most of them were tar or some sort of discoloration. There was a few that were actually impressions, but they didn't exceed the 1/4 inch, so they really weren't tripping hazards. We put them on the list. Maybe a month or two ago, Tanner sent an email saying, hey, we're done with the list except for some electrical plates and a couple other odds and ends. So we went out and relooked. Sidewalks didn't look any different. So we've left them on the list, but talking with Russ, we got to make a decision, how much can we accept on these aesthetic things, because ripping up the sidewalk and repouring them. Is that too much of an ask from Mattamy, or
Where are these located?
Island Village phase 1A and 1B, so they're all over,
So are they in front of people's homes?
somewhere in front of homes.
It's unacceptable. I think that's unacceptable to that
Russ,
forever.
can they top coat that?
No.
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 They can try to pressure wash it more effectively. I think would probably be what they would first do to at least get them cleaned up. Because there was one resident that emailed someone saying, hey, what's the process of accepting these, and
They're $600,000-700,000 homes
I know.
and they can't, this is.
They're brand new sidewalks. That's crazy.
Mattamy homes, Mattamy
They're
sidewalks,
$600,000
they're selling for 700,000, yeah, I know.
I was being generous.
Well,
I'm just saying, I just can't believe they did this and think. It's okay. So it's so funny because in East Village, this happened when they were building my house. I don't know who complained, but they were just driving around and they tore up the sidewalks and put new ones in.
Well, we'll leave them on the list.
In my opinion, open to everybody else. It's not just me, but. If that was in front of my house, I'd be very
I need
disappointed.
to let Tanner know as soon as possible, because I know he's wanting to close out that blonde.
Oh, really? Well, then, if he could possibly return my emails, as I had requested several times for
I think he said
Mattamy,
he had a problem with you last time we had a meeting here.
probably.
No, just kidding.
Wow.
So,
He's not answering.
no,
Has it been recent, like in the last 4 or 5 days, or?
I've been,
His wife's having a baby. Matter of fact, he's got a couple of weeks off.
That sounds like a big him.
Since I was in here last, was that the beginning of November, maybe October, anyway, I asked for Mattamy to, as part of our master planning process, to tell us in their planning for future phases or current phases, whatever property they own, what will not be developed, because we need to get that to Dick's Height as part of their palette of undeveloped parcels.
I remember you mentioning that.
Yeah, I mentioned that several times, so I have no leniency with them till they provide it.
And also, Mark, did you hear anything about the bridge lighting? Because we wrote.
That was my other question.
I heard a little bit about it
Yeah, we wrote the Nesby to Miller, and the
Actually,
attorney asked for more information.
yesterday. I think they're planning on tearing all the columns down
Okay, yeah, they understood when, we.
on the
Russ
one
gave us
side
the
of the
detail.
bridge.
Yeah, whenever the next meeting is, let me know.
Should be next Tuesday.
That would be Christmas Eve.
Yeah. It won't be next Tuesday. Or Wednesday, actually.
That'd be Christmas Eve.
It'll be Christmas Day.
All right, see you Christmas.
I'll be
That'd
Eve.
be Hanukkah too. Sorry, China. It's on the map.
So yeah, no leniency for me until I get that information.
I'm looking for the closet.
I bet you
Okay,
would.
master planning updates we did.
Yeah, we moved that to the front. On the agenda, I think. We have to
Awesome.
get our training done this year.
You have, yes,
week.
approximately 12 days to get this done. Yes,
I need a little bit.
we sent a reminder.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
12 days.
Well, Jan's gonna have no leniency with you.
Exactly.
Okay, anything else, Mark?
That's all.
Okay. Master planning updates.
We already went through all
Yeah,
that.
we did. Can we skip that one?
Can we just adjourn?
No. Liaisons, anything?
We didn't have liaison.
Oh,
Just got
good.
it 9 moments ago.
All right, so discussion items, Osceola County requests within my celebration app, sidewalk requests within my celebration app, those are mine. I need direction from the board on what to do with this. We don't have to decide it tonight. So for example, there's a lot of requests that come in for potholes or whatever. And so what's currently happening is the call comes into staff takes it, and then they call the county. Well, that's where it just falls off because they kept getting called back. What's an update? What's an update? Well, the homeowners, even though they're given all the information, Now that they've called us, we end up calling the county all the time for updates. We don't control the potholes. Yes, ma'am.
My recommendation is that when something comes in there, we put an update there that says, we have notified the county. We are closing this ticket. For further information, you need to contact the county and put the phone number in there and close the ticket.
I would agree with that
That's my
long as we-
I would agree
recommendation.
with that too.
I would agree with that as long as we give them a
Number in
specific
there.
point of contact. I don't want to just give them a general county number. I would like them to have who is exactly the person. So that we're not giving.
Well,
them-
yeah, if it's road and bridges, it would be like, most of the ones we're getting for the county are, they pave the roads and the asphalt's coming up. Or they have a dip in the asphalt, it's collecting water, it's those types of things.
So when they call in, Greg, they give a ticket, they give a request number, whatever they give it.
Mhm.
Put that in the ticket and that's it. That'll attach whoever touched the ticket, in the county side, so.
Yep.
I just want the board, if we're all in agreement with that. We can do that.
I would also, do we want to submit the ticket to the county, or do we simply want to have in our response of closing the My Celebration ticket to give them the county, because the county's got their own ticketing system where you can go on the website and put stuff in there, and they're actually pretty
I
responsive.
would prefer to give them. the
I would
county
prefer to,
from the
I would
get-go.
prefer to have them do that. That way we're not even tracking it. We just say, hey, our
That's-
resolution for this is go to the county website.
I don't disagree with that because, we're getting hammered for, it's not,
Stuff
it's
that's
not,
not-
nothing we control.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys allow it, that's what we would do is, initially start with. This is a county concern, please reach out to, and give them a number, number and a website. And report it there, this is not within our purview, and close the ticket. But it's up to you guys how you want us to
I don't
handle it.
agree with that. I'd be in favor of that. Dave?
Fine.
Okay, okay. Next one, sidewalk requests. So we have the big sidewalk project going on. But we do have a few residents that are walking every neighborhood trying to find every sidewalk issue they can to go ahead and report it. Okay? We
I love
can't, from any type of organization, keep these tickets open for 3 to 4 years. Okay, now, do they have to be looked at when there's requesting? Yes, because they could be something serious, so we have the small teams go out and fix it. But if it's not, can we say, hey, we have identified it? Part of the larger project that the board is working on, we will close this ticket because it is part of a major project that's already been identified. Can we do that?
So Carrie went out, go ahead.
Yeah, so admin actually created a very nice little script with almost a verbatim response. I went through the open orders today, and there were like 9 or 10 of them, I think. Most of them are not like immediate. There are a couple that are, you've already, so you had one that I went and looked at by the school.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna
By
start
the turnabout there, yeah. Yeah, so there are some that probably do need to be.
Absolutely, absolutely. I want to make sure they're looked at because we don't miss it, but for the majority of them, we can't keep the tickets open.
They've been ground from what Carrie said, and there's no safety issue, but yeah, are they gonna be part of the bigger solution later?
Yeah, and the scripted response says that, we have a planned project. Here's the areas that we're doing right now. We will say staff out to identify this area. Now I came back today and I'm like, no, close.
Okay, so we are closing the tickets. All right,
That's,
but I
that's
just-
how we're handling them.
So again, this is something I want the board to know, because if we're stopped in the street or whatever, it's just, this is our policy. We're not
Mhm.
keeping these open forever.
And the right communication will go,
Sure.
yours isn't, there's not a health and safety issue. We're closing this ticket. It will be part of the big master project that will come later, They're not just closing and no explanation, but
Kind of tying into that, the current sidewalk project, we did our last 4 yesterday, but there's no open panels. Once the schools close, we've identified a couple areas we want to get knocked out while there's no pedestrians.
And I don't know if we want to get into, I hate to be legally here, but I don't know if we want to get into making a statement like there's no health and safety issue. I think we just say, hey, we.
I didn't say that. No.
they don't, that's my verbight, Greg.
Got
They
it.
don't say that.
Okay, I just, hey, yes, it's on the list. We're assessing it. Thank you for your.
Yep.
That's it. All right, that's all I have. And you already moved the other one, so supervisor comments.
Dave, real quick question. Do we have a policy That's put electrical cords over a sidewalk.
Yes.
Yes.
There's a policy for that.
Yes, holiday decoration. We've sent it out 50 times since Halloween.
Yes, okay.
Oh, you've seen them.
No, I've seen it.
Yeah.
We knew the answer to that question I asked, so. It's not enforced.
It's not enforced. If the guys are out and they see something like that or something's reported to us, we'll go out and say something. Typically we don't do it. We'll notify CROA and then they enforce it. That's who enforces it, CROA. Based off of our policy, CROA enforces it.
Why do we have CROA enforcing our?
Because
We
we
don't
don't
have
have enforcement and rights. We can't enforce
We
anything.
don't have statutory rights to enforce.
That's why the districts enter into agreements and have things that
Yeah.
with HOAs, because they have enforcement and we don't. So we usually partner
So,
with
yeah,
them
we
to
have-
enforce.
So
Let's define enforcement, though. We can certainly send staff to knock on their door and say, hey, this isn't allowed, please
No.
remove this. That's different from us
We,
saying.
we can do
Yeah.
that, but there's no teeth behind it.
So I'm gonna piggyback on what Dave's saying, and I'm throwing this to you, Greg. So. CROA does, even though we have a no sign policy, for example, does not enforce it,
Correct.
right? They have their management company, their original management company had an agreement with realtors to go ahead and have, you know, during the weekend, they have all the open houses and people will come to town hall and do it.
Mhm.
New management company decides we don't work on the weekends, we don't work on the evenings. So they've done away with that. So even though we have these policies,
Mhm.
the CROA board is choosing, or CROA, whoever is choosing not to enforce it at all.
Okay.
And in some circumstances, they're throwing it back to us to go ahead and you need to go here, you need to go there. And
Is there a written historical document where CROA acknowledged that they were going to take on that responsibility?
I'm gonna find it. I know who to call.
I will say Danica, we've gone back and forth with her about the holiday decorations where they're trying to enforce them.
They are, we've had some
I mean-
spirited conversations.
Oh,
She
very
is- She
spirited.
is, okay, so, and the other thing I'm gonna piggyback on this is the trees around the Grove Parks, okay?
Good luck.
I know, I told everyone to go ahead and stop. I'm trying to investigate historically where those agreements are. Because Greg, they refuse to, Lauren reads and goes, that's your, we don't trim them, we don't,
Mm.
they do. They're supposed to trim them. If they fall over, they're supposed to replace them.
They're fully supposed to
That is-
maintain
and-
those
and
trees.
actually, we have maps and Lauren says, nope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a big problem because.
We've provided
we're not
all of that.
Operating well with them now.
We've provided site plans, we've provided all kinds of information saying these trees around the amenity center in Island Village specifically is what we're talking about. And they're like, no,
Oh, it's.
We're
also-
not doing
oh,
it.
it's
We're
also-
doing it now.
it's
Can you,
also-
Angel, can you forward me whatever liaison topic so I can liaise with my liaisee?
sure, wait, why are we doing it? We shouldn't be doing it.
No, we're not doing
We
anything.
determined that there were a street tree regardless of what it said on there or when they got.
Who determined
Don't
this?
trim that.
Me and Mark,
That mark?
that Mark,
I determined they're on CDD property,
yeah.
they are street trees.
Okay,
Okay, you guys gotta let people know
We just
What-
did this like yesterday.
because
So
we've
let's
been
just
battling
trees
with
that I've
CROA
mentioned,
for a month over this.
And I let her know that we're gonna do it. She said, thank you.
But if it's not our responsibility,
I-
it is not.
we
because
cannot
Disney-
do that.
Because Disney, when they designed these parks, okay,
But it's technically not a park.
it's,
What do you mean it's not a park?
okay.
It's the
So-
amenity
It's
center.
out
It's
front.
that,
It's a-
that
yeah,
it's a
is by
private
Disney.
facility.
It's a
is-
private
it's-
facility.
It's a park area. When they designed all this, you look at Spring Park. All the trees around Spring Park, okay, are part of the park,
That's right.
okay? Definitions of park doesn't matter. That's how Disney designed it all, okay? So historically, when you were on the board and I was on the board, we would maintain all that. That was part of the park. That was the agreement we had with Disney and the CCDD. Now,
CROA did.
now this is a
CROA.
very
So
dangerous slope.
my question is though,
CROA did, yeah.
that you've got a 10-foot grass section between curb and sidewalk.
Correct.
You got parking spaces there. Where's the park itself?
It is the
Doesn't
amenity,
need
that
to be
whole
a
area
park.
is a park. It's designated as a park and it has been from.
So.
It's the amenity
why are, like,
center.
3 trees gonna be theirs and then the rest of them are ours? I'm just asking.
If they're around the park, in front of the park, side of the park, whatever, it's part of the park.
Outside of that would be
And
ours.
here's where we're gonna get into a very dangerous thing. Crowa went
It's amenity
ahead
center.
and replaced all the grass in Spring Park. Up to a certain point on the side. Right? That whole area is theirs. They've come to us, so when are you gonna go ahead and replace the grass in your area? It's not our area, it's their park. This is gonna.
It's no different than a homeowner. If the verge area in front of the home dies, you have to replace the grass in front of the home.
Well, they're using the argument that, well, it's, so. They're using the argument that in their favor, but when they have to do something, they use that against it. It's very messy.
Well, I mean, that's easily solvable. That's not a policy document. That's a deed, no different than any other property owner in the town. Crowa should have the same language in their deed that says that anything in the verge area belongs to them to do the basic maintenance.
County property appraiser showed the DNRs too.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if the CCNRs.
It's a
would
right of way, yeah.
Consider that a lot, because usually they talk about the lots, the lot owners have to
It's
maintain.
doesn't fall under. I'm
Brenda,
just
do
saying
we
it-
have an agreement?
It is
Do you have any agreements with Crowa? That you have on file that go back to around their properties?
Yeah, the only agreement with Crow is regarding those lead walks. And Jasmine
Okay.
and Joan had asked about this before, and I had access to the CCNRs on Crowa's website, and I sent it to them. I seem to recall it's section 41 or something that says that homeowners will maintain their trees. Our rule is very clear. The CDD owns that easement for purposes of all the utilities that are under that easement, but that
Right.
verge area, they have to maintain.
I don't know why
Alright,
Crowa would
you
be
might just
different than
run
any other property owner.
Maintaining is one thing, but when a tree dies in front of a homeowner's property, we replace the tree.
So we should be doing the same thing there.
These were blown down by the hurricane.
Unless there's a different document out there, Tom, that you're talking
No,
about. that there's some agreement.
that's what I'm gonna find out. If not, then that's what we do.
I mean, at the end of the day, I would say if it's if Crowa spends $1 or if we spend $1, it's the community spending $1. I would just look at it from a consistency perspective. that
I
if-
understand that, but.
Also budget though.
But I'm gonna say, as of 2 years ago, historically, that wasn't the case.
And that's why I say if it's documented, that's what I'd ask for, so I can. take
Yeah,
back-
without it, we got nothing.
Yeah.
I got it, not disagreeing, so, sorry, Dave, I took over your.
That was it. You're up.
Check.
So that does mean too, though, that does put into question the verges in front of all these parks. If we're, technically they're ours, I mean,
And I'm gonna tell you this, Lauren is gonna use all this against it. She started to. It says it's yours, it says it's yours. It's not just, and I understand what you're saying, you know, what dollar comes from. We are talking about increasing our landscaping budget.
yeah, that's
because
what I
these are
mean.
Areas that are not ours. They're not, we don't maintain. So this is gonna get complicated. That's all I'm
Well,
saying.
well, hold on, the landscaping maintenance is different. We went through this exercise, and Angel, I think you sent out the notices to Sienna and a few other places where
Yep.
we were doing basic landscape maintenance, not replacing the trees, but just the weekly cutting of grass and bushes and things like that. Have we gotten out of the business between Sienna? I think there was a church, have all those notices gone out where we have told everybody, you are responsible for basic maintenance?
Yeah, but
No, that was a
Sorry,
question, that was for Angel, because I want to make sure from a maintenance perspective, we're out of that one, correct?
yeah.
Okay.
We've already sent it, but that was 4 entities.
Including
So,
Crowa.
so from a basic maintenance perspective, Tom, to your question, if I'm looking at it consistently, absent any other documents that you're saying may be out there, if it's purely based on the CCNRs, then Crowa should be maintaining cutting grass and bushes and things like that. To Russ's point, if a tree dies, no different than any other property owner, we would replace the tree. That's what we agreed to in our tree policy.
I was always under the impression, going back years and years ago, if Crowa planted it, it's theirs, period.
That's what I thought.
Okay,
Well,
who's got
it's separate
documented as to what Crowa
You got a
planted and where?
CDD package and you got a Crowa package.
But Crowa shouldn't be planting anything in the verges that are not, that are, if a homeowner,
Developer did.
Crowa shouldn't
The
be.
developer
The
did.
developer did, it's all legal, but I mean, as far as like the 3 trees I'm talking about. Madamy and Tanner and all that planted all kinds of stuff for the CDD. Those 3 trees and some stuff around the corner and stuff was a whole separate package for the park.
Because for the parks.
But
Right.
I get Mark's thing too, it's a street tree. So I don't know.
But you're 100% right about Crow, because they refused to clean them up. They were blocking the road and the sidewalk, that's why we
Yeah.
finally went down and cleaned them up. On replacement, Lauren said, well, you cleaned them up, you should replace them.
Had I known that, I would have stuck those trees up the next day after the hurricane.
Right,
We told them, you got the trees there, we're not touching them.
yeah, so we gotta pay for 3 trees.
Yeah.
Was that part of the turnover? I mean, it wasn't turned over to us because we don't own the amenity center. So,
So it's not turned over to us, it's turned over to Crowa. And then Crowa says it's not their tree. See, this is where it gets very confusing.
It's no different than a homeowner, guys. It's our property. But no different than when a home gets built and the home gets turned over and you say, here's your home. And by the way, here's the verge area in front of your home that the
Right.
CDD says you're responsible for basic maintenance. Crow is told the same thing.
I stand by it wasn't the same thing because we didn't do it that way. But I agree with you without a document, it doesn't matter. The public parks and stuff were not regarded as homes.
I mean, I
and
would,
we did do all the trees in Celebrate in Island Village, by the way, in front of all the home. We straightened those, we moved them and all of that, but it's those in front of the amenity center that we were talking about. The rest of them we did in Island Village because
Right,
they're
they're-
street trees, right, and they're ours, but not in
Well,
front of there.
Until we get documentation, we don't have a leg to stand on. I think it comes down to that.
And we should
so.
look at the CCNRs too, because they may handle that property different in some parks.
Yeah,
They probably
Jan,
exclude-
can you take a look at that, please?
Yeah, they probably exclude it, but I will look.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, the thing on the CCNRs is it points back to what is defined by the homeowners association as being responsibility and covenants types of things. So it's going to be a little bit of a circular argument because it's going to be Crowa defining it. So if Crowa chooses to define it that they're not doing it, then it by default comes back to us, I think.
Well, originally Disney was Crowa.
Yeah.
So they wrote those.
So, yeah, well, and I'll see, because most of the time they only talk about landowner resident lots, they don't talk about their own property, but I'll take a quick look and see what it says.
But
We're
Angel,
gonna
if you can
mark
forward
off
me just on
everything
the
with
latest
that.
email threads of whatever's been going back and forth, just so I can see what's out there.
Was that?
We're gonna have a
Sure.
workshop about this anyway, right?
Yeah.
And I would ask the obvious, but if we could just hold any communications on this, unless there's something super duper urgent, just so we're not giving continued mixed messages until the workshop, just let them know this will be a workshop topic.
No,
Okay.
I told Angel for all the stuff just to stop and let's
Regroup.
get our act together in terms of documentation, whatever. And if we don't have it, just like, we gotta support it.
Yep.
Alright. Jack, you said nothing?
Then one thing,
No.
Russ, in front of the wall in North Village, the one we were just discussing, used to be a hedge that were plants that were in front of that, okay? They're pretty much died out. I would recommend that we remove.
We're gonna get rid of the sprinkler heads and all that stuff.
Yeah, just put grass.
Put grass in,
I don't think we wanna put grass there.
no?
You got a footer that sticks out about this far on each side of the wall,
No,
So
about
just take
that
the
much
string.
dirt on it. That's why those plants don't always do good. They're kind of wedged up against the footer.
yeah, well, there's virtually no plants in there right now. I hate to replace all that stuff.
We're just gonna keep a pine straw.
That's not a good either. Can we put some kind of ground cover in there?
It's gonna die. Why don't we check
I'll
with
get with
United,
United
see
and see what they
what
think.
can or can't be done, and if it can't be done, it can't be done.
That's it.
Greg, anything?
Nope.
Thank God. I spoke too much. I'm sorry. Public comment period?
Here is
No.
the only public.
Motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Golly, Tom, you run.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thanks,
Christmas.
everybody. Have a great
Christmas.
holiday.
Happy Festivus. Don't forget that.
That's a
Ah, yes.
Great.
Wow.